Thank you for tuning in to the live show. Uh-oh. Thank you for tuning in to the live show. Welcome. All right. With that being said, we're gonna start the show real fast. Um, Let me see. Ooh. All right. Welcome to the live show. Here we go. The OG, the 45th, now the 47th, for sure, is giving big business a run for their money. Okay, it's asking these big businesses to eat the tariffs. Okay, like Walmart. So Walmart is saying that they would have to increase their prices. And 47th is saying, you know what? You're going to have to eat the tariff. Check it out.
President Trump a short time ago telling Walmart that the company should, I'm quoting now, eat the cost, end quote, of higher tariffs. The comments come after the retail giant said this week that it would raise prices because of Trump's tariffs being too high. Walmart has more than 4,600 stores in the U.S. It's also the biggest private employer in the country with 1.6 million workers. Several countries that supply Walmart include China, and they're facing tariffs between 10 and 30% right now. Augusta Sareva is a reporter for Bloomberg News, and she has been writing about this. Great to see you, Augusta. So President Trump is warning Walmart not to pass the tariffs on to the consumer. After Walmart has announced that it would have to do that, is it possible for Walmart to back down on what it thinks is the reality for them?
Thank you for having me. Well, it's a tough choice, not only for Walmart, but for a lot of businesses out there, right? Because what Walmart has been saying is that they will try to keep prices as low as possible for as long as possible. But the thing is that they have a tough choice to make, right? As they start seeing higher tariffs, they have to choose between keeping that demand at a time when consumer sentiment is going down, at a time when people are starting to feel jittery about the economy, and protecting their margins. So we could see them back down at some point, but that might not be the case as the tariffs start to make their way across the economy.
So what does this potentially mean, for the millions of Americans who do shop at Walmart and other retailers who import a lot of their products from China and other countries that are indeed facing higher tariffs?
Yeah, that essentially means that after years of high inflation, at the same time, the consumers are also seeing high borrowing costs, right? Those credit card rates, they could see even higher prices. So for consumers, it's a matter of making choices, right? So if prices start to go up at a fast rate, they might start to pull back on some other things like vacations, for example, right? And we are starting to see people feel a little less inclined to buy non-essentials at this point.
Yeah, and among the consumers, who are likely to be hardest hit?
In this case, of course, it's low income consumers, right? They're the ones that have been bearing the brunt of inflation for a long time. But at the same time, we know that tariffs, there's lots of research on that. We know that tariffs tend to hit low income consumers harder, right? Because they impact everyone just the same. So if you make less, that's a bigger chunk of your income that's going toward those extra costs. So for low income consumers who have been seeing higher prices for a while, the labor market is still strong, where wage gains are not growing at the same rate that we did see in the past few years. This could be another challenge for them.
And as for Walmart, I mean, what does this tell you that Walmart is making this kind of pronouncement, ahead of time? I mean, or giving a warning to consumers? What is its objective?
Yeah, first of all, they don't want to shock the consumer, right? So by doing that, they don't want to see people going out there like we saw at the start of the pandemic and buying lots of toilet paper when prices do go up, right? So they're trying to warn the consumer that this is coming so that people can prepare ahead of time.
But there's been a pause for 90 days, and it's what? 30%. From 145%, now it's 30%. Still, Walmart is warning customers and saying, you know what? We're going to increase prices. No, you are not going to increase prices. 47th, you're going to have to, 47th said you're going to have to eat the cost of tariff. What do you guys think about it? Can Trump tell Walmart to eat the cost of tariff? Well, for me, Walmart is like what? One of the biggest companies on earth. So I'll say eating the tariff is not that bad, Walmart.
But at the same time, you could infer that they're trying to send a message to the White House, right? We know that big box retailers like Walmart, Target, Home Depot, they have met with President Trump in the past month. So that's also a way for them to tell the president, look, we're thinking of raising prices, but there is a way for us not to do so.
All right, we'll leave it there for now. Augusta Sareva, great to see you. Thanks so much.
Thanks for having me.
President Trump is sending one of America's biggest retailers a warning, telling Walmart it should, quote, eat tariffs and not raise prices on its consumers. That post coming in response to the company's CEO announcing it has no option but to raise prices due to the president's tariffs on China. And joining us now, Jack Buffington. He's a professor of supply chain management at the University of Denver. Jack, you are the perfect person to talk to about all of this. Let's just start first with, is it possible financially for Walmart and these other companies to absorb the cost of these tariffs?
Hi, Jessica. As someone who used to work for one of Walmart's suppliers, I know how hard they work to keep prices down. So let me give you a little math here. So the tariffs so first off, about a third of Walmart's products are subject to tariffs. Tariffs used to be about 1%. On the average of all the countries, it's probably going to go up to about 10 to 15%. Their net profit margin is less than 3%. So if they eat these tariffs, they will actually lose money. So Walmart will figure it out. Companies like Amazon will figure it out. It's some of those other retailers that are really going to struggle. But even an efficient giant like Walmart has a very difficult time absorbing these tariffs.
Yeah. And we've gotten new data from the University of Michigan, their survey on consumer sentiment. It's now at the second lowest point on record for the month of April. Were you surprised by this?
I don't think I was very surprised by that. Just a couple weeks before, the consumer price index came down low, which was seen as good news, but I see it as a softening of consumer demand. And I think all the uncertainty that's happening in the supply chain, and we also need to understand that a lot of people are not just consumers in the supply chain, they're also workers in the supply chain, that this is leading to some uncertainty that is softening consumer demand.
I also want to ask you about the fact that we've seen these ports all along the West Coast looking pretty empty after China halted all its shipping to the U.S. So is big retailers like Walmart that's already dealing with just like the financial impact of tariffs. Now you actually have the physical impact about the merchandise, but also these smaller businesses, so many small businesses that make up the United States economy. What does it mean for both of these types of retailers?
Yeah, first off, just to mention what's going on at the ports is you may recall in April, there was a surge of all the ports, of the containers going through the ports. And then in May, it goes back down, the negative 35%. And now it's going to surge back up again in June because the third quarter is peak season for all the holidays. So what's happening in supply chains when you have this up and down is you lose capacity and you lose efficiency, which means the ports can ship less at higher prices. And you mentioned Walmart. Companies like that are going to do just fine. It's the small guys that are going to really experiencing challenge of getting product supply and the prices that they're going to be able to offer their consumers. So again, I think in these circumstances, the big guys are going to be able to compete. It's the small guys that are going to be punished.
Eat the tariffs. That's the message tonight from President Trump to Walmart after the company warned it would have to raise prices because of the president's tariff war with China. The president demanded Walmart eat the tariffs and not pass higher prices.
I have never heard any commander-in-chief say to a huge conglomerate company like Walmart, eat the cost of tariff. But just a couple of weeks ago or a couple of months ago, a lot of Americans were saying that Trump is for big business. But well, now it's saying that big business has to eat the cost of tariff. Okay.
On to customers, adding, quote, "I'll be watching." Gene Soroka is joining us now. He's a global trade expert. He's also the executive director of the Port of Los Angeles. Last week, there were no cargo ships entering the port from China. Have things changed with the easing of these tariffs? How would you say things are now?
Good evening, Jessica. Nice to see you.
Yeah.
For the month of May, we'll have 17 of 80 scheduled sailings canceled coming to Los Angeles. Now, the balance of those will have some port calls in China, but most are impacting that import cargo flow coming from China. So it's going to be a fairly light month for us. Now, as we talk about what happens closer to home on the docks, that means fewer job opportunities for longshoremen and truck drivers, warehouse workers as well.
And so what does this mean more broadly, too, for the store shelves beyond just the port? What would be coming into the country and being sold in stores?
Jessica, we're cutting it real close on some seasonal products. Summer fashion, back to school, Halloween, and May is typically the month where importers place orders to factories in Asia for the all-important Christmas and year-end holiday season. Not knowing exactly what price or quantity to buy right now is the bigger part of the questioning.
Yeah, for sure. And listen, I think there's also just this bigger issue, which is regardless of what happens, it's not just flipping a switch to get things, quote, back to normal. There is some lag time, right? There is that can take some time.
That's right. We've seen over the past few days bookings or reservations for shipments tick up just a little bit. We've gone a few weeks with cargo that's already been manufactured and sitting in China, and now importers are trying to scoop some of that up when the tariffs were reduced to 30%. Still a really big number for a lot of companies. But I don't see a deluge of cargo coming across the Pacific right now because companies likely are going to be more selective in how much they buy in the coming months.
Yeah. And then how fast can the supply chain catch up to this constant fluctuation? Or can it? Or does it just kind of do fits and starts as everything continues to fluctuate?
Yeah, this is going to be really difficult. 90 days of a reprieve is not a long time in our business. And for those that want to pick up some of that cargo after we saw that tariff relief out of the meetings in Geneva, it takes the shipping companies about 2 weeks to reposition their vessels in places like Qingdao, Shanghai, Xiamen, and Yantian. And then another 2 weeks to come this way to Los Angeles before we distribute throughout the country. So that lag time is real.
Yeah. And so bottom line, what should people, because you're like where the rubber meets the road there at the ports in terms of getting goods into this country. What should people out there expect in the coming weeks?
What we see are that there'll be fewer selections on store shelves and online buying platforms, and likely prices will be higher.
Okay. We will keep that in mind. Gene Soroka, thank you so much for your time tonight. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Jessica.
Congress delivering real results for the American people.
If you guys think about the fact that this guy is saying that Walmart should eat the cost of tariff, I see nothing wrong with that because this is the richest, one of the richest companies on earth. So eating the cost of tariff, yeah, you can't eat the cost of tariff. Yeah, eat that cost of tariff real fast.
My
'Cause I'm
next
not gonna be
guest
paying
wants to
for tariff.
start a national conversation on an issue that he believes is plaguing America today, the erosion of character. General Stanley McChrystal is a retired four-star general of the U.S. Army and a former commander of the U.S. and NATO forces in Afghanistan. He also led the military's premier special forces at the height of the global war on terror. McChrystal has a new book called On Character: Choices That Define a Life. Stan McChrystal, welcome back.
It's great to see you, Fareed. Thanks for having me.
You've written a book about character. You endorsed Kamala Harris. One has to draw from that conclusion that you thought Donald Trump was deficient in character. Explain why.
Yeah. First, I'd say that I've concluded that my character is the most important thing about me. It's the essence of who I am, and I think that's true of everyone. And I think it's the essence of leaders. And so when I think about any leader, whether it's a CEO of a company or leader of a school or president of the United States, to me, the most important.
This is like one of the funniest things that I've heard. Remember when Kamala Harris was saying that she was going to make sure all of these big businesses, she was going to make them stop price gouging, right? They're price gouging. We're going to make sure we regulate prices where there will be no price gouging. Well, Trump is telling Walmart and all of these big companies, you would have to eat the cost of tariff. Yet, liberals are crying. Okay.
Important aspect is character, because we'll never be able to predict what crises emerge, the unexpected, but we will know whether we can trust that person and their judgment. In the last election, I looked as closely as I could, and we had two people who were relatively known entities. One had been vice president, one had been president, and I made the decision that character was the number one criteria for me. I actually didn't agree with the politics or the policies completely of either side, much more in the center. But I judged that Vice President Harris had better character that I thought I could trust more.
Explain that to people who support President Trump. And I think a lot of them would say, look, we get it. He's not a perfect person. He's imperfect. He's, there are a lot of flaws there, but he is a warrior for our cause. And, if he breaks a lot of stuff and speaks in foul ways, that's okay. But for you, character is deeper than that, right?
It is. And I would not say someone's wrong for supporting President Trump. I can understand, because on many of the issues, he hits things that are important to people. And so that resonates. What I would caution is when things get most difficult, in periods of combat that I had in my years in the service or in other parts of my life, you sort of lay bare what's inside a person. And when I look at President Trump's track record, I find that there is less character than I am comfortable in someone as the President of the United States. I actually think that in those very difficult moments of crisis, I can have much less confidence in the way he will react than I could in the case of Vice President Harris, or potentially someone else.
When you see countries like Canada, Denmark, that have contributed and fought in almost every American war, and you see Washington essentially kind of picking fights with them, do you think it erodes the trust that you need to work for the next war when they need, will they be on board?
Yeah. I've never seen a friend or an ally get better because we criticize them publicly. And if I think how I react when someone criticizes me or the United States publicly, I resent it. I stood on the battlefield with Canadian soldiers, buried them, met families of Canadian fallen. And I think it's wrong of us not to treat them with the respect that they deserve anyway, but they've also earned through common sacrifice with us. So I just think it's not a smart move, and I don't think it's morally the right move either.
You talk in your book about how you worry that looking squarely at the issue of character and talking about it and talking about how you may have leaders at the top who lack that character has been something, in your experience, a lot of people at the higher echelons of society, military leaders, business leaders, don't want to talk about because they worry it'll get them into trouble. What's your message to them?
Yeah, my message to everyone is we've let character erode. We have normalized some behavior that has always occurred to some extent, but now we watch a politician look into a camera or look into people's faces and say something they know is untrue. And they know, we know it's untrue. But we have this strange agreement that we pretend it's okay because they're politicians. And then we see celebrities who act in a way that we'd never want our children or anybody to act, but we still buy their products, invest, we like them on social media. And so what we've allowed is the traditional norms of how people should behave, how we should treat each other, to become much weaker than they used to be. Now, the retort is there's always been people who do things, corruption and philandering and whatever we don't want. But the norms have been stronger than they are now. They've eroded more. And I would
All right, thank you. Look, keep that to yourself. But with that being said, what is going on in New York? So, a boat, well, maybe a small ship, really destroyed some parts of Brooklyn Bridge. If you're in New York, you've heard about this story. It's a Mexican boat and it damaged Brooklyn Bridge, and some people were injured. Take a look at this. Mexico would have to pay for that. I can tell you that much.
Was departing
And
from
really, it's Trump is not going to let anything slide. He's going to tell President Sheinbaum, you're going to pay for the damages on the bridge and whatever else is needed. Check this out.
from Pier 17, where it was heading out to sea. The pilot, the captain that was maneuvering the ship, lost, I guess, power of the ship and the current. Mechanical function caused the ship to go right into the pillar of the bridge, hitting the mast of the ship.
Now, that was NYPD's Special Operations Chief describing the crash of this Mexican Navy training ship into the Brooklyn Bridge. 2 people died. Dozens were injured after the ship's masts struck the bottom of the bridge. Now, an investigation into what caused this crash, that's still ongoing. But authorities say the ship, as you heard, may have suffered some mechanical issue that caused it to lose control. CNN's Gloria Pazmino is back with us now, and you have some more details for us. What do you know?
Yeah, Victor, one thing that's sort of becoming very clear in the last several hours is we're learning more about the details of the ship, which raised new questions about exactly why the ship was going in the direction that it was going in the first place. As you can see in the bystander video, that mast of the ship hits the underbelly of the Brooklyn Bridge as it is collapsing up against one of the pillars of the bridge. Now, the Cuauhtemoc, which is behind me, this is a ship that's 160 feet tall. It has 3 masts. And the navigational clearance of the Brooklyn Bridge is only 127 feet. So we have a real question here about why the ship was heading in this direction. We were told last night that the Cuauhtemoc was making its way out of the harbor here in New York City, heading towards Iceland. But as we can see in the video, it was navigating towards the Brooklyn Bridge, which clearly is not tall enough for this ship to get under. Now, I want to show you the ship behind me. It was towed here to Pier 35 late last night, and you can see right at the top that mast that hit the bottom of the Brooklyn Bridge. And you can see it's bent on its side and it snapped almost like a tree branch when it hit the underside of the bridge. Now, there was no damage to the bridge, which had to shut down for about 45 minutes last night in both directions while they were assessing whether or not there had been any damage to it. And as you said, early stages of this investigation, sadly, 2 people died as a result of their injuries. At least 20 were injured and sent to the hospital. In total, 277 people were on board this ship at the time of the accident. As you said, Victor, the Cuauhtemoc belongs to the Mexican Navy, and it was here in New York City as part of a goodwill mission sailing around the world, you know, kind of a display of culture and Mexican pride. That's what it had been doing here in New York City in the past few days. It had been docked at Pier 17, which is in that direction, and it was late.
I think this right here just made issues worse for Mexico. Now, if this was Joe Biden in the White House, nobody cares. Okay, it's just gonna be, mistakes happen. But the person in the Oval Office is President Donald J. Trump. So this is gonna be a big deal because he's definitely gonna make sure Mexico pays for every single damage, and they may even get tariff as it is.
Last night, as it was making its way out of the harbor here in New York City, that it struck the pillar of the bridge. In that video, Victor, you can just see how stunning it is. You can see just how close it got to where people are on the public parks there that are around the Brooklyn Bridge. You can see how many people are there, and you can sort of appreciate how much worse this accident could have been had the ship hit either another part of the bridge or perhaps another part of the pier. So I think all of those questions will be part of this investigation. The National Transportation Safety Board also expected to be a part of that investigation to try and figure out exactly what happened here, other than an apparent loss of power.
Or even if the mast had collapsed onto the deck, because there were hundreds of crew members who were there. We can see in the video, as tragic as this is with the 2 lives lost and the dozens injured, this could have been much worse. Gloria Pazmino for us there with the reporting at Pier 35. Joining me now to discuss, CNN transportation analyst Mary Schiavo. Mary, good morning to you. So there is a voyage data recorder, which I imagine is the marine equivalent of the data recorders we talk about in aviation incidents. What can be harvested from them, and how soon could we get that information?
Well, what will be harvested for them will be anything related to the mechanical positional things on the ship. And then depending on how the ship is instrumented, there can be instruments that read the depths of the waters, the currents, any control input into that ship would be on there. And then, of course, there will be additional data about the river itself. And the East River is a tidal river, so technically it's an estuary, and the boat could not have been intended to be going under that bridge, because remember, even if it cleared the Brooklyn Bridge, there are 5 more it has to clear if it went that way on the river, and they all have a clearance of about 127 to 135 feet. But with the tides coming and going, that can change it by 5 to 7 feet, which means it's a pretty strong current, pretty strong tide. And so the instrument recorders can also record when power was lost, and it had to have been lost. They could not have been intending to go that way, to go under the bridge. It's impossible. When it was lost, why it was lost. And they will also be looking at who was the pilot. Was it a local pilot? Often a local pilot will be brought on board to help navigate the tricky waters, but it depends. And so all those things will be revealed, and the investigators will have that information almost instantaneously. They probably already have it and are starting to go over it.
Let's put up a map here to show just how close, for people who are not familiar, Pier 17 is to the Brooklyn Bridge. And to kind of double down and bold and underline your point, if this ship was headed toward Iceland and they were heading out toward open sea to get there, they certainly would not have gone in this direction. And the distance traveled between embarking on that trip to Iceland and the hit there at the Brooklyn Bridge wasn't very far, but it was being accompanied by a tug. Should we have expected, or could the tug have done anything to prevent this?
It depends on the power of the tug and what the tug knew. What were the communications line? Did they immediately communicate that they lost power? And that will be one of the important points of the investigation. And they'll also be looking at the maintenance records on that ship. Had it had problems with the control, the engines, the power, et cetera? As just a year or so ago, we saw that when we had the accident. We covered the accident in Baltimore. The ship had been having trouble, but it will depend on the lines of communication. And with the tug, you are supposed to have communications at all times. But it's possible that the currents were strong and it could not save it in time. And it also would depend, of course, if they dropped anchor.
Yeah. Hey, you bring up the dolly that crashed into the Key Bridge in Baltimore last year. Some obvious differences between the two. The Key Bridge collapsed. The Brooklyn Bridge is open this morning. The 6 people who died as a result of that collapse were living in Maryland, and the 2 who died in this incident are Mexican citizens. Does that alter the approach, the intensity of the NTSB investigation at all?
No, the NTSB, of course, Mexico will be part of the investigation. The NTSB is very used to dealing with investigations that concern entities, parties, if you will, to the investigation from all over the world. No, there won't be any problem in coordination with the investigation. They're just used to doing big international investigations, maritime, rail, aviation. They have to do them all.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. All right. There's been an update to the former president, Joe Biden. He is sad to say, okay, I wish him quick recovery, but Joe Biden has been diagnosed with an aggressive form of prostate cancer. All right. This was about 2 hours ago. So please pray for the former president, Joe Biden. He has been diagnosed with prostate cancer. I wish him quick recovery. Even if I didn't vote for him or would never had voted for him, I just wish him quick recovery. He is a father, a grandfather, probably a great grandfather too. So hopefully he recovers quickly.
And there won't be a problem with that. And the same thing on the dolly. The crew was from around the world, so they're used to it.
Mayor Schiavo, good to have you. Thank you. I have a question related to the incident we saw with the ship in New York. After the dolly crashed into the Key Bridge in Baltimore, the FBI opened a criminal investigation. And so both now are fatal incidents that hit bridges, NTSB investigating. What's the catalyst? What's the threshold to determine whether this also reaches the level of even looking to the potential of criminal activity here?
I think the answer to that, Victor, is going to turn on the issue of the boat losing power. That's kind of the similarity, right, between those two incidents.
Yeah.
In the case of the bridge in Maryland, there was immediately a question as to whether or not the people on the boat may have been responsible for the loss of power or may not have reacted appropriately when they discovered the loss of power. If they have those same sort of concerns or questions about last night's incident, then I would expect they'll react the same way. It won't make any difference to the FBI that one ship was owned by the government of Mexico and another one was a private carrier. That's not really a concern for them. There's also the possibility that the FBI would get involved to assist the kind of technical aspects of the investigation, the crime scene, as it were. Now, of course, this happened in New York City, one of the largest and most capable police departments in the world. It's unlikely they'll need a lot of FBI assistance, but that's another way that the Bureau frequently gets involved.
Andrew McCabe, thank you.
All right, let's check out Joe Biden's new condition. Hopefully he gets better soon.
Former President Joe Biden has been diagnosed with what they're calling an aggressive form of prostate cancer, which has spread to his bones. This is according to his personal office. They just announced this. The 82-year-old former president's office says Biden and his family are now reviewing treatment options with his physicians. CNN senior White House reporter Betsy Klein is joining us now. And Betsy, obviously a lot of questions around this. What do we know right now?
Certainly, Jessica, a lot of questions going forward, but we know from the personal office of former President Joe Biden that the former president has been diagnosed with what they are describing as an aggressive form of prostate cancer that has metastasized to his bones. I want to read you a full statement from the former president's personal office. It says, last week, President Joe Biden was seen for a new finding of a prostate nodule after experiencing increasing urinary symptoms. On Friday, he was diagnosed with prostate cancer characterized by a Gleason score of 9 with metastasis to the bone. While this represents a more aggressive form of the disease, the cancer appears to be hormone sensitive, which allows for effective management. The statement goes on to say that Biden and his family are reviewing treatment options with his physicians. Of course, former President Biden, at 82 years old, made history as the oldest sitting U.S. president. And there were so many concerns and scrutiny about his physical fitness to serve another 4 years, ultimately leaving the president to make the decision back in July of 2024 to drop out of the presidential race. Of course, he has contended that he believes he was indeed fit to serve. And I want to read to you a little bit from a letter from his former physician, Dr. Kevin O'Connor, who said in a letter back in February of 2024 that Biden was fit for duty. He has sleep apnea, which is being treated. He has non-valvular fibrillation. He's being treated for high cholesterol, as well as acid reflux and seasonal allergies. Of course, we have asked the White House, the Trump administration, as well as a spokesperson for Dr. Biden, the First Lady, for comment and reaction to this concerning news. Some signs of optimism, of course, that this type of prostate cancer can be responding to, it says it appears to be hormone sensitive, which allows for effective management. But again, quite concerning that it has indeed spread to his bones. Now, the former president has maintained a relatively low profile since leaving office in January, but we have started to see him reemerge on the world stage. He attended the funeral of Pope Francis back on April 26th, and then on May 8th, he was featured as a guest on The View alongside the former First Lady Jill Biden. Now, we do not know where the former president is being treated, but he is in Wilmington this weekend with family, according to a source familiar. And of course, cancer and curing cancer is something that is so near and dear to the former president. Back during the Obama administration, after his son Beau Biden died of glioblastoma and aggressive brain cancer, the then vice president established the Cancer Moonshot, which was an initiative with a goal of ending cancer as we know it. It was reestablished in 2022. So again, very concerning news, some signs of optimism, but we will be tracking this quite closely, reaching out to all.
Hopefully, this would propel the pharmaceutical companies that we have, because America, in my opinion, is the greatest country in the world. Okay, we have the greatest minds, so there should be no way that cancer cures or all of this unspeakable diseases, there's no way that by now, 2025, we shouldn't have cures for them. Okay. Well, I guess now that a former president has been diagnosed with prostate cancer, hopefully there would be a cure for cancer, not something to maintain your cancer, something to heal your cancer. That's what people need, not maintaining. People need cure, not maintaining. Okay. I feel like this is my personal opinion. Okay. Personal opinion. I feel like most times the pharmaceutical companies, they pay so much attention on maintaining the disease rather than healing the disease, rather than curing the disease. They want to maintain it for ages and ages and ages and keep getting these prescriptions. It's like, why?
All of our sources, Jessica, and bringing you the latest updates as we get them.
Yeah, and Betsy, again, just underscoring, this is breaking news. We're still seeing this all kind of play out. But what about public support for the former president? I noticed some people are starting to make public comments on this.
Yeah, we are starting to see an outpouring of public support. Again, we haven't heard anything just yet from the White House. We have asked for reaction, but we are going to be watching all of these, it's shocking news, and hearing from some of the president's top allies, advisors, former staffers, those that I'm talking to on text message, all exhibiting a lot of shock and concern and really sadness about their former boss, just writ large. Really very concerned about what this news could portend, of course, what his treatment is going to look like, and how this is going to progress.
Certainly, yeah. No, this is shocking news, especially for those who are close to him, who've worked with him for a long time. Betsy Klein from the White House, thank you so much for that latest reporting. Stay close. We'll check back in with you. I want to bring in CNN medical analyst Dr. Jonathan Reiner. Dr. Reiner, thanks for being here with us. I really want to drill down into kind of getting some context around what this diagnosis can mean. I'm not a doctor, you are, and that's where I think you can help us here. So, what does this diagnosis say to you, and help people understand how serious this is?
Well, first of all, Jessica, my thoughts are with the former president. Anyone who's ever heard a physician tell them that they have cancer understands how uncertain and disorienting and terrifying these times can be. So my thoughts go to the former president and his family. So prostate cancer is extraordinarily common. About 1 in 8 men in this country will get prostate cancer during their lifetime. And the outlook I think depends a lot on the cell type and how responsive it is to hormone therapy. What we've heard so far, sort of bad news and good news. The bad news is that his Gleason score, which is how the pathologists grade the aggressiveness of the tumor by looking at it under the microscope, was quite high. The Gleason score goes from 1 to 10, 1 being the best, 10 being the worst, and his tumor was graded as a 9, so a very aggressive form. The second adverse diagnostic information that we've received is the fact that it's now already metastatic to bone, so it's no longer contained in the prostate. So this is not something that can be cured simply by doing a prostatectomy. Without metastases, prostate cancer is often treated initially with removing the prostate, but that's not an issue here because the cells have already spread into other parts of the body, and we're told that it's spread to the bone. But there are treatment options. Where the good news is that we're told that the former president's particular tumor appears to be sensitive to hormone therapy. The male hormone testosterone causes prostate cancers to grow. So blocking testosterone is a very important therapy in treating men with prostate cancer. So it sounds like that's probably an option for him going forward. There are really a large array of potential therapies for people with metastatic prostate cancer, including immune therapy. This is really cutting edge new therapy where you're basically training someone's own T cells, T immune cells, to go after the tumor. There's more traditional chemotherapy. So there are a lot of options going forward. So there are a lot of things to do.
CNN chief political correspondent Dana Bash is joining us now by phone. Dana, thanks so much for jumping on and being here with us as we're learning more about this breaking news. I'm curious what you're hearing as I'm talking to people who worked with Joe Biden and obviously knew him. They're surprised and they're sad, frankly, to hear this news.
That's exactly right, Jessica. I literally just got a text from a Democrat who has known him for a very long time, who just said simply, this was already going to be a tough week, and this makes it much harder. And that is a reference to the fact that our colleague, Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson of Axios, they, of course, have a book that's set to publish on Tuesday, talking about not some of former President Biden's physical fitness while he was in office, but also about his mental acuity. And the idea that now the world is looking at President Biden and knows the fact that he has a very, very big physical challenge ahead of him, which is cancer and fighting cancer. But what has occurred to me is that the stubbornness that is kind of a hallmark of his personality, one that I witnessed covering him when he was a United States Senator for 10 plus years, when I was covering at Capitol Hill when he was still there before he became a vice president, and then continue to have that sensibility in all ways. That's going to serve him well here, Jessica. That's going to serve him very well because he is a hard-headed guy, and that means that cancer is going to have to try a lot harder to get in his way. And the fact that we have been hearing from medical experts, including Jonathan Reiner, who was on with you, and some of those Betsy was just referring to, that our medical team was in touch with. And even according to the statement that the former president's office put out, yes, it is in his bones, and that is just horrifying. But the fact that it is the kind of cancer that apparently can be treated with hormone therapy is a big deal. And the fact that it is 2025 and frankly, not even 2023 or 2020, and that therapies are coming about and being discovered and worked on by excellent scientists every single day is a good thing for President Biden. And so that is definitely something that the people in and around him, particularly his family, who are so close.
Hopefully, he gets to survive this. But as much as I would never vote for Joe Biden, I never voted for Joe Biden, would have never voted for Joe Biden, I do not wish him bad. I don't want him to, just be gone. No, I don't wish that. Regardless, I am a conservative, but I do not wish Joe Biden harm. What does that make me? What does that make you? This is why when people come on the chat and say they're so sorry that the person in Pennsylvania missed Trump, it's like, what are you saying? You can't even create a life, but then you wish for the life to be no more? Who the hell are you, God? Why would you wish for somebody's demise? That's stupid. That's absolutely stupid. Have some love in your heart. If you never had love in your life, try to get some love. Go hug your mom. Go hug your dad. Call your mom and say, thank you, mom. Call your sisters. Call your siblings. Go hug your kids. Why would you be wishing death on someone? I don't like Joe Biden. I think he really set America back. However, this is life and death. Relax. It ain't that serious. Y'all be taking this politics thing too hard. Man.
Close-knit
Right.
are no doubt taking solace from.
Yeah. Dana, I want you to hang with us for just 1 second. I want to go back to Betsy Klein at the White House because I believe President Trump has put out a statement. Betsy, what's he saying?
Yeah, Jessica, we got a very brief statement from President Donald Trump, who is here at the White House this weekend, expressing his concern and good wishes for former President Joe Biden. Just want to read it to you very quickly. He posted it to social media. Quote, Melania and I are saddened to hear about Joe Biden's recent medical diagnosis. We extend our warmest and best wishes to Jill and the family, and we wish Joe a fast and successful recovery. Of course, the last time the two of them were seen together was at the funeral of Pope Francis back on April 26th. They've had such a contentious relationship, but really a moment of solidarity, expressing his concern and well wishes to his predecessor.
All right.
Right now, officials in Palm Springs, California.
Anybody wishing Joe Biden to go to heaven, I am blocking your black ass or your white ass. I don't give a damn. I'm blocking you. And I don't even like Joe Biden, but I'm going to block you for Joe Biden. Okay? Fuck around and find out.
Joining me now, just back from that trip to the Middle East, is Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who has a lot on his plate. It's so good to have you here.
Jake, good morning.
Good to see you. So let's just talk about Moody's downgrading America's AAA credit, citing out-of-control debt, citing growing interest payments on that debt. How concerned are you that this is going to drive interest rates in the U.S. even higher and maybe even drive investment in the U.S. away?
Well, Jake, first of all, the history of rating agencies, by the time they get to a downgrade, everything's already in the market. Larry Summers and I don't agree on everything, but in 2011, the last time or 2 times ago when he had a downgrade, he poo-pooed it. What I think is important is that President Trump has just come back from this historic Mideast trip, and there's trillions of dollars coming into the U.S. So we are seeing confidence from investors. So I don't put much credence in the Moody's.
Let's turn to trade, because that's obviously where there's been a lot of focus. President Trump just put 150 countries on notice that their tariffs are about to go higher in the next few weeks if they don't reach a trade deal with the U.S. How exactly will you decide what those new tariff rates will be? Will they be what was previously announced on April 2nd, so-called Liberation Day? And when will they actually go into effect?
So, Jake, we have a 90-day pause. There are 18 important trading partners, probably another 20 strong relationships. President Trump has put them on notice that if you do not negotiate in good faith, that you will ratchet back up to your April 2nd level.
So the 90-day pause isn't just China, it's everybody?
No, the 90-day pause was put on about a week after April 2nd.
Oh, that first 90-day pause.
The first 90-day pause.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that with a few exceptions, the countries are coming with very good proposals for us. And I look at these proposals and they want to lower their tariffs, they want to lower their non-tariff barriers. Some of them have been manipulating their currency, they've been subsidizing industry and labor. And I look at these proposals and I think these are excellent proposals, but I wonder, how did we get here? How did the previous administrations allow this to happen to the American people?
So 150 countries have been put on notice. How many deals do you think you're going to be able to announce, and how quickly?
Again, it will depend on whether they're negotiating in good faith. And there are a lot of smaller trading relationships that we can just come up with a number. My other sense is that we will do a lot of regional deals. This is the rate for Central America. This is the rate for this part of Africa. But what we are focused on right now are the 18 important trading relationships.
Walmart announced this week it's going to have to raise prices on some goods, and they blame Trump's tariffs, particularly the tariffs on China. Here's the CEO. Take a listen.
We will do our best to keep our prices as low as possible. But given the magnitude of the tariffs, even at the reduced levels announced this week, we aren't able to absorb all the pressure given the reality of narrow retail margins. We're positioned to manage the cost pressure from tariffs as well or better than anyone. But even at the reduced levels, the higher tariffs will result in higher prices.
So President Trump went on Truth Social and says Walmart should eat the tariffs. In other words, not pass on the prices to consumers. Doesn't that inherently serve as an acknowledgement that tariffs are essentially a tax on consumers? Because initially President Trump said, well, other countries, that's not true. Countries pay for the tariffs. But here we have a perfect example. China gets these tariffs, and then Walmart has to raise its prices, and consumers end up paying for them.
Well, Jake, in essence, what you're saying is you're saying taxes are inflationary, so let's pass the Trump tax cuts, and that'll be disinflationary if we continue that line of thinking.
I don't know that you can put me on as endorsing anything, but go ahead.
Let's just keep everything consistent. I did speak to Doug McMillon, who I have a very good relationship, yesterday, just to understand what he had to say. And understand that came from an earnings call. On an earnings call, because of SEC requirements, they have to give the most draconian case. So Walmart will be absorbing some of the tariffs. Some may get passed on to consumers. But the other thing that's happening is that inflation is down. We had the first drop in inflation in 4 years under President Trump. The other thing that Doug mentioned to me is for his consumers, for his buyers, the most important thing are gasoline prices. And this administration has gotten gasoline prices down. Service prices are down. So overall, I would expect inflation to remain in line. But I don't blame consumers for being skittish after what happened to them 4 years under Biden. We had the worst inflation in 40 years.
So ever since Liberation Day, April 2nd, I have a weekday show called The Lead. And ever since then, every day pretty much, we interview a small business owner. Some of them are Trump supporters, some of them are not, some of them are tariff supporters, some of them are not. The one thing I hear from almost every one of them is the uncertainty. They don't know how to plan for the future because they have no idea what's going to come. The other thing I hear is that their margins, these are small business, their margins are so thin, 5 to 10% max. And they say that these tariffs are just taking away all of their profit margin. So I guess my question is, what do you say to people concerned about the uncertainty? And what do you say to people who say, small business owners who say, we need relief? Because they say, like, I'd love to buy lithium batteries in the United States, but you can't. They're only available for small businesses from China.
Well, a couple of things to unpack there, Jake. One is that we didn't get here overnight in terms of this terrible trade situation we have with China, but also with the rest of the world. And President Trump is renegotiating these, and strategic uncertainty is a negotiating tactic. So if we were to give too much certainty to the other countries, then they would play us in the negotiations. I am confident that at the ends of these negotiations, both the retailers, the American people, and the American workers will be better off. That what we saw with China was the only country post-April 2nd to escalate. So both sides escalated. We got to an untenable level. We were at 145%. They were at 125. And we had a meeting in Geneva last weekend, and both sides came down 115%. So the U.S. is now at 30. A 10% reciprocal tariff that's on a pause, and 20% fentanyl tariffs, those were put on back in February. So those are already in the system. So I think most of the small businesses you're talking to, they were probably referring to the very high triple-digit tariff levels, which have now been brought down.
Yes, some of them were, but there's also just this idea, a lot of them saying, look, I support what President Trump wants to do. I support the idea of wanting to bring manufacturing back to the United States, but it can't be done in a month or 3 months or even a year. That there is just an entire infrastructure in this country that is lacking. They can't buy what they would love to buy. Most of them, as you know, if not all of them, are patriotic. They want to buy American goods. But a lot of this stuff just isn't made in America. I mean, we could go into a long history about the hollowing out of the manufacturing base that is neither the fault of you, me, or...
Yes, okay. Trump is not saying that it's going to happen overnight. But the conversation for this manufacturing to come back to the United States has to start now. If it's going to take 2 years or 4 years, wouldn't you rather start today? Would you say, oh, because it's going to take 4 years, we would rather not do it? I don't think so. I think we should start now. So in 2, 3, 4, 5 years, those manufacturing jobs would be in the United States.
President Trump, but it does exist, and it will take years to make the manufacturing infrastructure that these small businesses rely on.
Well, Jake, I think what we're going to see, just like we saw with the UK trade deal, my sense is it's what we'll see with China. We don't want to decouple with China, and President Trump actually wants to open up China for business. So the manufacturing we want to bring back, we had during COVID, we realized that we had some very strategic shortfalls, whether it was medicines, semiconductors, steel, the other products. So the medium-term goal is to bring back these strategic industries as quickly as possible. And I think we will continue trading with China in the kinds of products that these small businesses are talking about at lower tariff levels.
Before you go, you joined President Trump on his Mideast trip, and he's been defending from criticism from both liberals and conservatives to accept this $400 million luxury jet as a gift from Qatar to use for the duration of his presidency. And then, I believe, for his presidential library. Trump says he's giving it to him as a nice gesture. You're a hard-nosed businessman. Even if Qatar isn't asking for anything in return now for the jet, I mean, that's a bill that could come due. Nobody in the Middle East gives things just to, or anywhere in the world, just gives a $400 million jet just to be nice.
Well, I don't know, Jake. The French gave us the Statue of Liberty. The British gave us the Resolute desk. I'm not sure they asked for anything in advance. And the more important airplane deal was there's $100 billion of orders from Qatari Airlines to Boeing. Kelly Ortberg, the CEO of Boeing, was with us in the Middle East. This is the biggest order in the company's history. So, I think that plane deal is much more important than this other one.
Well, I will just say about the Statue of Liberty, I mean, that was authorized by Congress, and it belongs to the American people. It doesn't belong to whoever was president at the time.
Well, I think that this plane would be a gift to the American government.
All right. Treasury Secretary.
There you have it. Secretary Bessent has been doing a great work. But back to Joe Biden, ladies and gentlemen. Back to Joe Biden.
Let's bring in Dr. Mark Siegel, Fox News senior medical analyst. Let me read again from that news release that we got from former President Biden's office, Doctor. It says he was diagnosed with prostate cancer characterized by a Gleason score of 9, grade group 5, with metastasis to the bone. That doesn't sound good, Doctor.
Gleason 9, John, means that it's in a very aggressive form of cancer, and group 5 means that within that it's the most aggressive type. That means it has the highest risk of spread, which obviously he has had. He's presenting with urinary symptoms, and I want the viewer to know that most of the time prostate cancer would be asymptomatic. When it reaches the point where you already have urinary symptoms, that's also a sign that it's pretty far advanced. When they say that it is hormone responsive, that likely means that they think by decreasing testosterone, it can be a testosterone-dependent cancer, that it will respond. The two types of therapy they use for that is one called Lupron, which stops testosterone production, and the other is a drug called Casodex or like Casodex, which stops testosterone from binding. They also might decide, and I don't know this, but sometimes they decide to do more than one therapy. They might try to take the prostate out, do radiation and the hormone therapy all together. That's not uncommon. Over 80% of men over the age of 80 have some prostate cancer cells in their body. So this is a very high likelihood in all men. And if it's this far advanced, meaning Gleason 9 metastasized to the bone, the 5-year survival rate is somewhere between 30 and 40%. Again, depending on how well he responds to therapy. One of the questions on everyone's mind, and you just heard this from the reporter, is what about last year's PSA? You know, this was found by physical examination, by a prostate exam. A lot of times we find an elevation in prostate-specific antigen, a PSA, and then we go after it, get an MRI. I mean, he must have had the best possible care here. I'm a little taken aback that it's this far advanced and very, very concerned about it.
Yeah, that's the question I was going to ask you. This is a former president of the United States. He's supposed to be getting, as you say, the best medical care in the world. And yet, just a few months after he leaves office, this prostate cancer is advanced enough that it has metastasized to the bone. That's just not good.
No, and we don't have enough information for me to be sure of the following statement, but I want everyone to know that the PSA, though, I think it's a really great test, and I do it on every male over the age of 45. Sometimes it can be low, and you still could have this. It's not 100%. I'm not saying his was low. It wasn't written as I don't recall it being indicated there. But if it's high, you go after it. And again, to reach the point of symptoms, we most of the time we can diagnose it before. Although, it may very well be that he's hormone responsive, and that's what we're all hoping and praying for here. We're looking to see what the radiation oncologist says. Are they going to give radiation? They've advanced radiation therapy dramatically for prostate cancer. They can target it. They can use seeds. It has less side effects than it used to. And the same thing with robotic prostatectomy is unbelievable now at getting the prostate out. So a lot of times the prostate would be taken out, they would give radiation and then give the hormone therapy. They're not saying that at this point.
It is, as you say, one of the most treatable forms of cancer, but you have to catch it fairly early, right?
Well, you have to catch it fair. If you catch it while it's still within the capsule, within the prostate itself, it's curable most of the time. When it's metastasized, like here to the bone, much less so. And again, this aggressive, very concerning, means that it probably spread pretty fast. They might try to radiate that lesion they found on the bone. They're definitely going to give hormone therapy here. They'll know more in a few months about how responsive it is. When the goal is to get it before it leaves the prostate. When it's left the prostate, it becomes much more difficult to cure.
Dr. Siegel, stay with us for just a moment. We want to check in with senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy. Peter, obviously you were there at the White House for the full run of the Biden administration. Are you as surprised as I am at this news regarding the former president? We're looking for Peter Doocy, our senior White House correspondent. Peter, are you able to hear me? All right, we have lost our connection with Peter Doocy, but we will try to reestablish that and get back to him in just a moment. In terms of other symptoms, other problems that this might cause the former president, the fact that they're going to be treating him for this prostate cancer, Dr. Siegel, is there anything in particular that is going to afflict him? Anything particularly from this treatment regimen?
That's a really great question, and that's one of the reasons I'm thinking maybe they would take the prostate out, which is to decrease that amount of urinary symptoms, and the same with radiation. I'm assuming it hasn't gone anywhere else than the bone, not to the brain, not to the liver. But the other thing I'm concerned about is bone pain, because those metastases to the bone can be pretty painful, which is another reason I think they would radiate that too. And try to decrease it so it wouldn't cause pain. But the other thing you're alluding to is, what about the side effects of the medication? And they can make you pretty fatigued. That's the main thing. They make you pretty fatigued and listless and not quite yourself. So that's what we would look out for the Lupron. For sure, he's going to be getting Lupron.
All right, Dr. Siegel, again, stay with us. We have reestablished our connection with senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy. Peter, I mentioned before you were in the White House for the run of the Biden administration. Does it surprise you that just months after he left office, we're finding out that he's got a fairly advanced case of prostate cancer? Obviously, the gremlins are in the audio room tonight because we cannot establish a connection with Peter Doocy, our senior White House correspondent. So, Dr. Siegel, again, you're not treating the former president, but obviously you know a lot about how this is treated, and the success rate is generally pretty good, you're saying. But we can expect some tough times, maybe some uncomfortable times for the former president.
Here is going to be how quickly he responds to early treatment. He's already having urinary symptoms. You want to reverse that so he doesn't get urinary obstruction. Again, the bone and the bone pain. And I suspect a full court press, and over the first 3 to 6 months, we should know how well he's responding. It's both good and bad that they're saying that it will be responding to hormone therapy. That's good, but the aggressive part of this is bad, that it's been identified as a Gleason 9 and Group 5, which is the most aggressive kind we have. And it may very well be this is why it spread so quickly without your question to Peter Doocy, anyone knowing about this. It would be really surprising if they weren't doing a very close screening on this, because everybody knows in the medical community that this is the one cancer in men you really look out for. And as I said, 80% of those over the age of 80 years old have some prostate cancer cells, no matter what. He doesn't seem to have a lot of risk factors that I would think about other than age But age is enough, and he's 82, so that's a big risk factor.
Yeah. I get that PSA test every time I get my annual physical, and my doctor watches the numbers very closely. You're saying, though, that the PSA test isn't always a perfect indicator.
We have middle ranges.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. So I am going on research right now, and I'm checking some information. It says here that a study found that men who ejaculate more than 20 times per month had a 20% lower risk of prostate cancer compared to those who ejaculated 4 or 7 times per month. Uh-oh. Men who ejaculated more than 20 times per month had a 20% lower risk of prostate cancer compared to those who ejaculated 4 to 7 times per month. Damn. I need to work. I need to work harder. Okay. Man, we need to work harder.
Here, John, we look at trends. If it's under 4, we call it normal. But if it goes from 2 to 3 or 3 to 4, we start to look carefully at that trend. And then usually we have time, at least months, to decide what to do next. I'll tell you the other thing that's advanced dramatically is MRI of the prostate is hugely different than we were talking about it 10 years ago. It targets things. It finds abnormal areas. It can give you an index of suspicion in a particular area. It can zone in on where they think the prostate cancer is, if it is that. So somebody with a rise in PSA automatically gets an MRI, and then the decision is made whether to do a targeted biopsy. This is not that situation, because in this situation, he already had advanced symptoms, and he already had advanced and metastatic prostate cancer. Again, horses out of the barn. You definitely don't want to see that. Doesn't mean that he won't respond right away, and we're hoping he will.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey.
Oh, my goodness, man.
Again, Peter, this is, the most important job in the world. Are you surprised that just months after he left office, Joe Biden is diagnosed with a form of prostate cancer that apparently has been with him for a while?
It's very sad to hear. And as far as the diagnosis, we know that we just know what we're told, right? And White House officials assured us through basically July of last year that he was healthy enough to continue serving. After July 21st of last year, that's when he dropped out, there was a lot less scrutiny on whether or not, on his physicals and the specifics. And so who knows how long they've actually known about it, but cancer is central to Joe Biden's story. He talks so much about his son's cancer and the impact that it had on him. And we know that Joe Biden, as president, did everything that he could to try to keep himself as healthy as possible. He had a trainer that was coming over to the White House twice a week or something like that. In the morning, he had to get special permission to use a Peloton because of the network. They don't like to have extra Wi-Fi networks in the residence of the president. And so it is a very sad diagnosis, and it's worth pointing out he just formed a personal office. We didn't hear anything from them for the first couple months post-presidency, and the first email that I received from the personal office of Joe Biden and the new spokesman that they've hired was with the news of this diagnosis.
I also recall, I believe, that when he was serving as vice president under President Obama, wasn't he put in charge of what they called a sort of a moonshots cancer initiative, where he was going to be in charge of, ending cancer once and for all in this country and the world?
And that was inspired a lot by the terrible experience that he had watching his son grow weaker and weaker and then eventually pass away from cancer. It's something that we heard a fair amount about early in his presidency, and then he got sidetracked with other things, and we heard less about it. But I'm sure, knowing Joe Biden and his connections to all of these cancer researchers, I'm sure that he will be getting the very best advice and the very best treatment But it's still a really sad. It's sad to hear.
Yeah, nobody wants to face it, and perhaps we can put the statement up on the screen again because this news just broke within the last hour from the office of the former president. Last week, President Joe Biden was seen for a new finding of a prostate nodule after experiencing increasing urinary symptoms. On Friday, he was diagnosed with prostate cancer, characterized by a Gleason score of 9, grade group 5, with metastasis to the bone. While this represents a more aggressive form of the disease, the cancer appears to be hormone sensitive, which allows for effective management. Let's hope so. We'll take a quick break and have more coverage in just a moment.
Man, I've read the study for you, okay? I read the study for you. You need to be, this is what the study says, okay? It says here that, I'll read it one more time, okay? One more time, all right? I'll read it one more time for you guys. A study found that men who ejaculated more than 20 times per month had a 20% lower risk of prostate cancer compared to those who ejaculated 4 to 7 times per month. So get your freak on, guys. Okay? I'm just letting y'all know because I want y'all to be healthy. Okay? God is your strength. I just think 20 times is way too much, but okay.
Joining me now is North Carolina Republican Congressman, a member of the House Judiciary Committee, Brad Knott. Congressman, welcome.
Thank you so much, Mike. It's good to be here.
So House Speaker Mike Johnson was asked about a couple of the GOP holdouts on the Budget Committee. Let's play it. I'll get you to react.
I appreciate Chip and Ralph. They're good friends. We've had lots of conversations. We'll have more today. The concern is what we're trying to work with is the ability of the states to retool their systems and ensure the verification processes to make sure that all the new laws and all the new safeguards that we're placing can actually be enforced. And so we're working through all those details, and we'll get it done.
So they've had all weekend to work on the details after the vote failed in the Budget Committee on Friday. Do you expect the Budget Committee will pass it out either tonight or tomorrow?
I do, Mike. And the Republican conference has been unified in our efforts to get this bill done. And we also want to get the best possible deal done for the American people.
Sure.
And we're working hard to guard tax dollars, to do common sense things like get illegals off of the public dime in terms of health care, in terms of other benefits. And the negotiations have been furious and dizzying these last few days, but we're all united in trying to get this bill across the finish line.
Speaker Johnson put a deadline of Memorial Day, passing it out of the House. Are you confident you guys will get it done this week?
You know, I am. I'm optimistic. Again, when you look at this bill, there's 90% unification about what we need to have in this bill, maybe even more than that. We are really talking about the details on the edge. And from a very thematic standpoint, we all want to get this thing across, whether it's taxes, regulations, securing our border. We're united there. And some of these other details, especially as it relates to the back ending of Medicaid and some of the tweaks, I think we can work those out because, again, from a political, ideological vantage point, we're united. We want to guard the dollars and make these programs better.
This would make President Trump's legislative agenda permanent. Do you expect him to work the phones with some of the GOP holdouts to make it happen?
Sure. One thing that this president is he's not shy. We all know what he wants, and he is willing to get into the room with us, so to speak, either at the White House or on the telephone, and to work through these things. And the president is a pragmatist. He knows how to make a deal, and he's very quick to get involved when he's needed.
There's also the fallout from those Biden audio tapes. Virginia Senator Tim Kaine was asked about it today. I want to play that and get you to react.
Sure.
Joe Biden made the decision to give up the office of the presidency, the most powerful office in the world. And, you know, you can go back and try to rethink what should have happened in 2024, but my Virginians are talking to me about, can you get rid of the Trump economic chaos? Can you lift tariffs? Can you protect Medicaid and Social Security? They're not asking me to rethink what President Biden or his team did in 2024.
How do you respond, Congressman?
You know, I'm brand new to Congress, but I know an evasive answer when I see one. And Senator Kaine, he knows full well that there was an active deceit that was put upon the American people. Mm-hmm. The Biden White House worked in concert with the mainstream media to shield a very obvious truth. That's what is alarming to me, is they're trying to go back and say, oh, we were surprised by this. Everyone knew that Joe Biden was not functioning at a full capacity. Everyone knew that he was not at his peak form. But despite that, the media and his political allies were not truthful or straight with the American people. And that's a very concerning reality.
You serve on the House Judiciary Committee. Do you expect hearings in that committee to dig into who was running the country at the time?
Without going into too much detail about what we're planning on doing, I think that's a very real possibility, and it's a needed review on our part, because if Joe Biden was as incoherent as we now know him to be, that's a real question. Who was behind the desk? Who was making the decisions?
Exactly, because now he just left the White House on January 20th. And all of a sudden, it's May 18th, and he's being diagnosed with a very aggressive prostate cancer. Sometimes you got to question some of this stuff. Is this something that they're just finding out? And the level this prostate cancer is at, man, it's like, did you just found out that you have it? Or, man, it's just hard to say. Yeah, we're covering a lot of stuff, a lot.
We are continuing to monitor breaking news out of the White House about former President Joe Biden. His office just revealed that the 46th president is diagnosed with an aggressive form of prostate cancer. Let's check back in with Madeline Rivera. She is live at the White House for us. Madeline.
Hey, John. So, yes, we just got this information within the last half hour or so. So I do just want to read the statement from the personal office of former President Joe Biden. It says, last week, President Joe Biden was seen for a new finding of a prostate nodule after experiencing increasing urinary symptoms. On Friday, he was diagnosed with prostate cancer, characterized by a Gleason score of 9, grade group 5, with metastasis to the bone. While this represents a more aggressive form of the disease, the cancer appears to be more hormone sensitive, which allows for effective management. The president and his family are reviewing treatment options with his physicians. So there have been a lot of headlines and concerns regarding the president's cognitive health. It was one of the reasons why he was pushed out of the presidential candidacy last year. But there have been very few headlines and concerns regarding the president's own physical health. In fact, I went back to see what the president's results were from his annual physical last year, and it said President Biden is a healthy, active, robust 81-year-old male who remains fit to successfully execute the duties of the presidency, to include those as chief executive, head of state, and commander-in-chief. So it is kind of shocking at this point. But the president, I've been thinking back to some of the activities that we've seen him do. This is a former president who was very active. We could see him go biking in Rehoboth Beach whenever he would go down there with his family. He was very physically fit and very active, at least for his age. So this is shocking news. Of course, we are waiting to hear more information. Now, of course, Biden, being the former president, will be afforded some of the best care in the country, but he is 82 years old, so there are understandably concerns about how his treatment may go as well. But I do want to refer to one part of that statement. Again, they say at this time that this cancer appears to be hormone sensitive, which allows for effective management. So there is that hope that the president will be able to withstand whatever treatment he does go through. But again, at this point, this statement says that this is an aggressive form of bone cancer. Prostate cancer, rather, excuse me. So we are waiting to hear more information that we could see come out of this news today.
All right. So the 45th, now the 47th president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump, he posted on Truth Social. He said, Melania and I are saddened to hear about Joe Biden's recent medical diagnosis. We extend our warmest and best wishes to Jill and the family, and we wish Joe a fast and successful recovery. This is what a president does, okay? You don't push people down when they're down, okay? You just let them be. I admire what Trump did over there. So, boom. Moving forward, okay? And I wish Joe Biden quick recovery. All right. Moving forward, Kash Patel. All right. Kash Patel, he's changing the FBI And he's saying that transparency is what they stand for right now. Check this out.
Increasing calls to investigate and possibly arrest Jim Comey after the former FBI director posted an image on social media suggesting a call to assassinate President Trump. Comey was interviewed by the Secret Service on Friday and is now facing a string of federal probes after he posted an image of a beach scene with seashells arranged in the numbers 8647, writing this: "Cool shell formation on my beach walk." The number 86 typically refers to elimination, and President Trump is, of course, the 47th president. After much public outcry on social media, Comey took down the post, claiming he was not aware that 86 refers to eliminating something and that he opposes violence. There have already been 2 assassination attempts on President Trump's life, which are still under investigation by the FBI. After the incident, new FBI Director Kash Patel told me he is in the middle of an active investigation into this matter. Days earlier, the two walked us through Comey's weaponization of the FBI, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, as well as some of the other important cases that they are working on, including drug and human trafficking cells operating in America today, the events of January 6th, and Jeffrey Epstein's death. But the director began by praising his 30,000-plus colleagues at the FBI during this National Police Week.
It's Police Week, Maria, and so it's a really momentous occasion for law enforcement, for the sacrifices they put in for the country. The deputy and I have been going to events all week, and the most painful part is being with the families of the fallen. But we're here to remind America that there's a consequence to the freedom that they have, and there's good men and women that keep stepping up for that fight. So, it's a big deal that you're here on Police Week.
Thank you. And I saw the honor wall, and I want to walk past that with you. I unfortunately was on Wall Street on 9/11, and my heart goes out to the families who've lost their loved ones. Dan?
Yeah, 9/11. I was an agent on 9/11 with the Secret Service, and I just remember, as you probably do, even from the media perspective, the chaos. Remember, nothing worked like we thought it was going to work. So the director and I, we've both been deeply inspired, obviously, as everyone in America was, by tragic, horrible incident. But I know when Kash and I are sitting there in the morning, that is the single motivating factor for us, is keep the homeland safe. That is priority number one.
And I want to ask you about that. Now, I'll go into some of the specifics. But, Director, you've said many times that the FBI has been politicized. Mm-hmm. So what are your plans to rebuild trust in this fine institution and depoliticize the FBI?
So we have a multi-part process. First of all, our priorities. Simple. Crush violent crime. Defend the homeland. Rigorous organizational accountability. And the fourth, which leads directly to your question, aggressive constitutional oversight with Congress. The way we rebuild trust is we already have the men and women here in the rank and file that signed up to be cops, that signed up to be intel analysts, that signed up to be special support staff, that want to do the work. That's why we're sending them into the field. We can talk about that later. What we need America to know is that this place was politicized. And Congress has rightfully requested the documents from Crossfire Hurricane to January 6th to the Richmond Catholic Memo and so much more. But now finally Americans are reading for themselves the documentation where a very select few leaders in the former FBI decided to politicize it. We don't need me and the deputy telling you it's politicized. We want the American people to read it, and now they are.
And I know I lived with it for you. I watched it with you and Devin Nunes when you were truth tellers on all of this, and you were as well, Dan, throughout the Russia collusion story and the rest.
Look, I can speak to the folks that were in our seats, our predecessors, and they intentionally failed the American public by putting on the biggest DC deception game we've ever seen. They said the FBI was the most storied institution for law enforcement, and it was. And it will be again very soon. But when the likes of Comey and McCabe and Strzok and company came in here with the James Bakers of the world and intentionally lied to a federal court only to rig a presidential election by lying to the American public and using taxpayer dollars, likely illegally, to fund this entire operation, and then withhold exculpatory information from a federal court that I used to appear before to manhunt terrorists, that's what broke the FBI. And then when they were caught, they lied about it. And you and a few others like Dan and others were brave enough to cover it 6, 7, 8 years ago. And we're still talking about it today because as Congress is working rigorously with us, the Crossfire Hurricane documents are coming fast and hard. And they're being sent there unredacted so we can have full accountability. And that's how you restore what the trust that was lost to the American public when it comes to the FBI.
Yeah, but come on, Director, with all due respect, we've been talking about this for a long time, and I've been demanding accountability for many, many years. You mentioned Comey, Strzok, and the rest. They've got TV shows. They've got media platforms. They're fine. There's been no accountability.
Well, look, it's a fair criticism, but what I will tell people is we weren't here in the FBI in the last 5 years when we had statute of limitations that were still in play, where we could have investigated criminal conduct. Most of these statute of limitations are 5 years old. And we will investigate criminal conduct where we find a righteous case to do so, and the law and the facts allow us to. But a lot of it we're precluded from. So we'll take the criticism, and it's rightfully so. That could we have done more in the past? Sure, people before us could have. But what we can do now is continue to put out the documents and the information that these people withheld from the American public. And I'm just telling you right now, as much as we know about Crossfire Hurricane, he and I just found out more last week. And we're continuing to work with Congress to put those documents out. That's how vindictive and vicious the former leadership structure here was. Not only did they bastardize the FISA process and lie to the American public, they withheld and hid documentation and put it in rooms where people weren't supposed to look. And it's a good thing we're here now to clean it up, and you're about to see a wave of transparency.
What do you mean?
Just give us about a week or two.
Okay. Well, I can tell you right now that the judge that gave a smack on the wrist on the one agent that lied and, misled the American people, that's the same judge who's back and stopping Donald Trump from doing things, isn't it? Judge Boasberg?
Yeah, I just got to push back. Listen, we've been here 2 months. He's been here a couple more weeks than that. I mean, we've been here 2 months. You're dealing with a 38,000 member organization and an approximately $12 billion budget.
Fair point.
Where to expect us in 2 months to dig up what was a 8-year, maybe longer, multi-year politicized investigation with multiple layers of processes, from Woods procedures being just thrown in the garbage can and flushed down the toilet bowl, to multiple layers of accountability where people lied and obfuscated. I'm not asking you to trust me. You want this done right, or you want it done quickly? Because you can't have it both ways. You want it done quickly, we'll do it. And you know what'll happen? Just what happened last time. Those same Spygate collusion perpetrators sued the government, got money, got all this shit. You want that? We'll do it. We'll do it quickly and do it wrong.
But are you saying you found things that even you didn't know about? I mean, you were at the core of this.
Yes. I was the lead Russiagate investigator for the House Intelligence Committee. And I've been on both your shows in a prior life talking about it. And I'm telling you and the American public that we have now found material and information and people who wanted to hide it from the world since we got in these seats. And we, as the deputy said, we are trying to do it in a fashion where not only are we informing the American public of what happened, but we can have accountability for it. And that takes a little bit more time. And when you layer on the fact that we are rolling out our priorities on violent crime and defending the homeland, we're running a 3-part animal here, and we're going 100 miles an hour on each single one.
So important.
I want to add to that, too, because what the director's saying is right. You got to remember, when we come in the morning, there's a portfolio of 100 level 10 items. If it's a level 9, which is a pretty big freaking deal, someone else fixed it. The only thing that gets to my desk or his is a level 10. That's the entire day. Look at his schedule any given day. I'll show you the palm card I have. It is filled from 7:30 to he leaves 7 at night, 6:30 at night. It's filled all day. We just can't focus on one thing. You want New York to go boom? DC to go boom? You want an OC organization to go hack into some cyber network and crack all of Fox News' holdings? We're dealing with all that stuff, too. Everything's a priority. Everything's a priority. This is one of many things we're doing. It's not an excuse. It's just reality.
Now, the Democrats are turning on you, right? I mean, I saw your hearing the other day, and critics have accused you of using the FBI to target political enemies. So set the record straight. You wrote an entire book about it, Government Gangsters. Tell us, how do you respond to the attacks?
Very simply. The FBI's prior leadership left us an institution, that is a police force for America and the world, that allowed a fentanyl overdose to occur and kill an American citizen every 7 minutes. That prior FBI's leadership, Comey, McCabe, left us an FBI that allowed for a woman or child to be raped every 6.5 minutes in this country. That same leadership structure left us an FBI that permitted a man or woman to be killed twice an hour in this country. That's our response to them. When I go to Congress and I go to the Hill, I say, hey, I'm not policing your neighborhood because it's a Republican or Democratic. I'm asking you for help on what your priorities are and what your resources needs are and where you need training, and we're going to send them to you. That's why we're putting 1,500 FBI employees into the field and outside of Washington, D.C. Now, if the Democrats want to play politics with that, they're the elected officials. They get to say what they want. But yelling at me and Bongino, we could take it all day long.
I don't even understand why. Why did they do that? I mean, why put the FBI and its reputation at risk? What, it was just to win an election? Why?
Because they're weak. Because they're weak. I hate weak people. I can't stand it. They didn't have, we're on TV, so I already said BS once, but they didn't have the guts, the courage, or the character to do the right thing. They did the easy thing. Donald Trump became a convenient political football they thought they could leverage. They thought they thought with the media on their side that they'd get away with it.
I know that there are cells, drug trafficking cells and human trafficking cells. How significant is this in America?
It's everywhere. I mean, when you open up the border, look, that's not a political statement. The border was open for 4 years. So what happens is crime metastasizes. What happens is you have hundreds of thousands of illegals come across, and a bunch of them are really bad criminals. Not all of them, but a bunch of them. And then they nest into societies. And this is why we're rolling out Mexican street gang task forces across the country, because it's not the international gangs that are just the problem. It's these inner city gangs that exist in 1 or 2 towns here and there and have metastasized and taken over the drug trade, the sex trafficking trade, the child forced labor trade, and the gang trade. They are all in, and no one has been focusing on them because our cities and our elected leadership has allowed them to live without being policed. But that's over now that Dan and I are in the seat.
This is so scary. What do you want to say to families out there, mothers who are afraid for their young girls that they may get taken?
I want to put everyone at ease watching this today. There is, I hate cliches, but there really is a new sheriff in town. His name is Donald J. Trump. This administration, in conjunction with General Bondi and our director, Kash Patel, I am in the briefing, Maria, with the 5 of us, Emil, the PDAG, Todd, the DAG, AG, Kash, and me, every morning over at DOJ. The attitude every morning from the president on down, the president of the United States, wants this FBI to be able to, in 1 month, 6 months, a year, or 2 years, wants to be able to get out in front of the American people and say, your lives are noticeably different. He doesn't want fairy tales, Aesop's fables. He doesn't want any of that stuff. He wants people to be able to touch it and feel it. I don't care if you're in Stewart, Florida, or Harlem, New York. He wants you to walk outside and say, wow, my neighborhood does look different.
Where are the biggest cells in the country? And how does it work? Are there spotters? How does it work?
It's based on a variety of factors. So when it comes to trafficking, you got to look at the interstate system and look at the intersections of the interstate system running through the Midwest and across the country. Then you just got to look for hard evidence. I didn't know this till my confirmation process, but Memphis, Tennessee is the homicide capital of America per capita. Didn't know that. We have a problem there. We're now addressing it. We're rolling out one of our task forces in the state of Tennessee. But we also know that Ohio possesses the roadway system where the trafficking is through the roof just because of the interstate. So you have to get out there in the field, not just let the FBI agents and intel folks get out there and do the work, but partner with state and local law enforcement, which is a priority, and tribal law enforcement. That's a big, big deal for us. We are not forgetting about Indian country. They suffer from the same violent crime that we do in the rest of America, and we're going to help them. And that's how you learn the ground-based level facts that you need to deploy our assets. We're not coming up with anything fancy. We're just attacking the problem, but we're smart enough to go after the information and say, that's where the problem is because you told us it's there, Now we know we're going.
That's interesting. What about the big cities? I mean, we've heard about Tren de Aragua being in New York City.
Yeah, we're about to ruin your summer if you're a bad guy. So I'm just warning you now, like, don't buy movie tickets because you're probably not going to cash them in. So the director and I put something together in conjunction with our DOJ partners, General Bondi and Dag Blanche, actually this morning. And if you're a violent criminal, this FBI under our leadership, we don't care who gets the credit. All we care about is making your streets safer, actually safer.
Coming up, the assassination attempts on President Trump's life. Why don't we know more today, more than a year later, as we continue our exclusive from the FBI. Welcome back. President Trump is proposing spending cuts across most federal agencies, including the FBI. As we continue our exclusive interview, FBI Director Kash Patel told me the FBI's real estate portfolio is about to shrink dramatically, but the mission will not change.
I want to get to a few specifics, and I know you can't talk about any active investigations, so and our viewers understand that. But how come we don't have more information on the assassination attempts on President Trump?
There's two reasons, two open, ongoing prosecutions. So 2 of the investigations are obviously closed because the individuals are dead. But there's 2 live prosecutions, and so we can't get ahead of the federal court case. A lot of that information will come out in the federal court cases, but we have personally invested our time in making sure that we have looked at any possible international connections to terrorism and adversaries alike. And we've both been down to Quantico, we've both done the laboratory testing, we've both seen the explosives analysis, we've both seen the firearm and physically held it. We are all in on these investigations.
Are we going to be surprised at what you learned?
You know what, Maria? Kash is not kidding. We've been personally briefed extensively on every single detail, nugget, tendril of this case. One is actively in court right now, so out of respect for the case, it's probably more appropriate that I stay quiet on that. However, I'm not going to tell people what they want to hear. I'm going to tell you the truth, and whether you like it or not is up to you. If there was a big explosive there, right? Given my history as a Secret Service agent, and my personal friendship as a director does with the president, give me one logical, sensible reason we would not have. If you can think of one, there isn't. In some of these cases, the there you're looking for is not there. And I know people, I get it. I understand. It's not there. If it was there, we would have told you.
Well, the other issue that's been talked about recently is this mortgage fraud, and the FBI opening a formal case against Letitia James.
So again, ongoing cases, and we take our ongoing investigations very seriously because we don't want to do what our predecessors did, which is talk about them ad infinitum in the public and then nothing happens. This case, I can tell you, is being handled by our professional pros who are subject matter experts reporting directly to headquarters, which reports to Dan and I. This case, along with others, because it is a case of great public importance. And unlike other leaders who previously sat in these seats, we don't prejudge any case. We don't care what party elected you to what. It doesn't matter to us. It's irrelevant. If you broke the law, we are going to find out and we are going to investigate you. And then we are going to discuss that matter with the Department of Justice. And this is one of the things that, if your viewers take away nothing else from this interview, the FBI does not make prosecutorial decisions. You asked in the beginning how the FBI was weaponized. Well, the FBI hijacked the constitutional responsibility of the Department of Justice and the Attorney General, and James Comey and others specifically decided what cases to prosecute and not prosecute. Don't believe me? Go to the videotape in the Hillary Clinton investigation. We don't decide prosecutions, and neither does any agent or intel analyst. We have great partners under General Bondi. We work with them and discuss the matter with them, but the prosecutorial decision is with them.
So is there a directive now to focus on fighting real crime, look at illegal migration, look at the sex trafficking, and scale back on the white-collar business-type crime?
I don't want to say that we were going to, quote unquote, scale back. What we do is we look at the intelligence and we rely on our 36,000 employees to say, this is where stuff's going wrong. But right now, the reality of where stuff's going wrong more than counterterrorism, which is my wheelhouse and my background, is the narcotics industry and the sex trafficking industry. So there's more and more resources put on that and on the removal proceedings, which we're working with our partners at DHS on. That's just the reality today. But that's not to say we're forgetting about white-collar crime and counterterrorism.
That's what you said. You said if you're hurting a child, taking away a child's innocence, we're coming for you.
Yeah, with that knock at the door, it's on Amazon. That's going to be us. This is a huge job. And Maria, not only does it destroy innocence, I said to everyone in the room, say week 2 or 3, when Cash and I put Restoring Justice together to go get these mutts off the street, these kiddie pornographers and these animals, right? I said to everyone in the room, I said, you know why it's going to matter to America? Because everyone in the room is a child or a parent, right? There's no immaculate conceptions here, right? I love Jesus, but there's no one in the room, right? I said, this matters. And not only that, it creates generational crime, because abused kids then become abusers in a lot of these cases. I said, we have a chance right now. I said, we got to go make their lives painful, these bad guys. And we went and we locked up in a month, 400? We saved 115 kids. And you haven't even seen the beginning, because those 400, a lot of them are talking. And when you log onto that network next, you have no idea what we're doing. You think you're safe in your dark web? I promise you are absolutely not safe. You have no idea what we can do.
Are you seeing an increase in the number of potential agents wanting to come in and work with you?
Look, the FBI is 38,000 when we're fully manned, which we're not. In the National Capital Region, in the 50-mile radius around Washington, D.C., there were 11,000 FBI employees. That's like a third of the workforce. A third of the crime doesn't happen here. So we're taking 1,500 of those folks and moving them out. Every state's getting a plus up. And I think when we do things like that, we inspire folks in America to become intel analysts and agents and say, we want to go work at the FBI because we want to go fight violent crime and we want to get sent out into the country to do it. And that's what we're doing. In the next 3, 6, 9 months, we're going to do that hard. And, you know, I didn't know that I was going to do this, but I'm going to announce it on your show anyway. This FBI is leaving the Hoover building because this building is unsafe for our workforce, and we want the workforce.
You just gave up a big nugget
we want the American men and women to know, if you're going to come work at the premier law enforcement agency in the world, we're going to give you a building that's commensurate with that. And that's not this place.
I mean, the Trump administration has proposed a $500 million cut to the FBI's funding for 2026. How are you going to maintain the effectiveness if you don't have the resources?
We got to get smart and stop wasting money. We got to stop thinking up fantasies in Maryland and building $5 billion new buildings. We have people who are able to do the job on the budgets we're given. And we are going to work with the president and his team because he and his team know they have to budget for an entire government. I just got to worry about one agency. So does he. Yeah. And their job is 10 times harder than ours. They have to say, DOD's got to get this. What about DOT? What about Justice and Marshals? And what about Treasury? So we know that they are smartly putting together a budget. And we also know that there's ramifications from people here that weaponize this place and a cost to that. We're always going to fight for our personnel and for as much money as we can get. But I think when we show you real-time examples of getting out of places like this, because just to fix this building would cost billions of dollars only for a couple of years of runway, it shows you that we're serious about saving and being good stewards of the taxpayer dollars and hiring more agents instead of building new buildings.
So what are your colleagues saying about this, that you're going to get out of the Hoover building?
Well, he's a man of his word. I mean, he said that he was interested in shutting down Hoover, and I don't think people took him seriously. And it's been 2 months, and I think it's good that he broke it on your show, because me and him were on the tour yesterday of an alternate facility where the building we're looking at, and everyone was taking pictures, and they knew something was up because me and him were there. So that's good you guys got it first. But Cash could have made a pretty easy decision, which is go up to Congress and say, hey, you know what? We're going to go back and ask for this $1 billion new facility. And you know what he said? He said, go find us a place already up and running. We can go in. Well, it's going to need some upgrades, you know, skiffs where we can talk, safes, that kind of thing. Obviously, some security upgrades in the front. We are saving the taxpayer a fortune.
So are you going to move 1,000 employees from Washington to field offices across the country?
1,500.
1,500.
We are. We are already launched that plan, and we've looked at.
They're going to Alabama?
Well, so Redstone Arsenal is one of the crown jewels of the FBI, and it's on a military campus of 38,000 acres in Huntsville, Alabama. And the FBI built 5 new buildings there and a kinetic cyber training facility, a long-range facility. Our terrorism explosive device centers there. So when you go and you want to become a new FBI agent, we send you to Quantico. When you're in the job for a couple of years and you need advanced training, you go to Huntsville. And because we've had new buildings and new structures already there, we need our outdated facilities and personnel to move to Huntsville, where the training has been set up for them, and fill those seats. We don't need to build new buildings elsewhere. So a chunk of them are going there because it's essentially headquarters too, for lack of a better word. But the rest of the folks, we've looked at the map and we said, where are the worst crime spots in America? That's how we're choosing where the agents and intel folks go. Then our leaders in the field are working with state, local, and tribal leaders to say, hey, we've got a serious problem on Navajo, or we've got a big deal going on outside of Chicago. Those agents and intel analysts are going there at their direction based on ground level intelligence. You want to make your promotions, go make cases in the field, and you're getting promoted under this leadership structure. You don't have to come to Washington. One of the biggest cost-saving things we did was we ended this TDY boondoggle to D.C. that has been institutionalized by prior leadership, mandating you come here. And here's the kicker. Not only do you get your salary, you get a per diem TDY for your entire 18-month tour. That's over.
Next up, what really happened on January 6th and who really should be held accountable? Right after this.
What actually happened on January 6th?
So there is, as it seems that I find myself in a similar situation as Russiagate. Because on January 6th, in the prior Trump administration, I was the chief of staff to the Department of Defense. And I spent 4 years and a minor fortune litigating the truth because people politicized what actually happened on January 6th. And we now know unequivocally that President Trump lawfully authorized the deployment of National Guard. And me, as the head of the Office of Secretary of Defense, with the Secretary of Defense, took that action. When it finally came in, because it had to have the governor and mayor of D.C.'s approval on it. That's the way the law works. And once it finally came in on January 6th, remember, we offered to them days beforehand, and they rejected it. We've put out the letters, and your show has done great coverage showing how it was rejected. We mobilized the fastest cold start in Washington, D.C. since World War II, and the largest occupation of D.C. by the National Guard since the American Revolution. That's what happened on January 6th. But what you and your viewers want to know, now that we've beat back that disinformation campaign with actual truth, is what was the FBI doing? Well, we got answers coming. We just found a trove of information, and it's on its way to Capitol Hill right now. And they've asked, and they're getting them, and you're getting answers on January 6th. You're getting answers on what sourcing was utilized, what money was utilized, how many assets were utilized, who made those decisions. You're getting it. We can only control the FBI, but you're getting it from the FBI.
Were there FBI agents undercover egging people on?
Like I said, that answer is coming, and it's on its way to Congress.
You're about to, I saw it. I saw the portfolio of information. We dug far and wide to find it. And I'm pretty sure now we have a conclusive, definitive answer. But you and the public are going to have it. You're going to see it in writing over to Capitol Hill. But I just want to be sure we're clear, having been an agent and a police officer. There is a difference between an agent. I know you know this. I don't mean to sound ridiculous. An agent, meaning a trained GS 1811 federal agent, and a source or an asset. There's a difference. So when you see the material, which I promise you is coming, again, I'm not asking you to trust us. I know it's coming because I saw it yesterday. When you see it, I just want you to understand that it's not an apology for anything.
Thank you.
But there's a difference between agents and assets. Yeah. And I just hope when people put that information out there, they make the distinction. Not that it's better or worse, but there's a distinction there.
It's a very important distinction.
And I want to level set here. I want the American public to go back and look at what our predecessors stated to Congress under oath, that there were no FBI sources utilized in and around January 6th. I'm going to leave it at that, but go play the videotape and look for this material coming to Congress.
You said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
I know it's hard work, but you promoted Stephen Jensen, the architect of the FBI's overzealous January 6th investigation.
I want the American public to realize what we did. That man was in a position where he literally fought back against the machine who was saying, we want to politicize this event. We want to politicize this event. And at the end of the day, remember, Maria, there's a chain of command here. So you can fight back your chain of command to a certain degree before they fire you. And Steve Jensen and other folks were promoted because they embody what the American public demands of FBI agents.
To get to the bottom of something like January 6th and the pipe bomber case, for example, you need three things. You need people, you need information, and you need people with information. I'll allow the public to put that together and just wait, and you'll see. Nothing we're doing, nothing is by accident.
People who are, quote unquote, supposedly on the side of reporting truthfully should take a look at this instance because they are setting up circular firing squads. And Dan and I have already told the FBI, every employee that acted appropriately, we are going to defend you to the hill, literally, no matter the consequences. But for the media who's gone through the disinformation cycle of Russiagate, of January 6th, for them to come in here and take the clickbait and write articles based on half-truths doesn't hurt us. This is what I'll tell you something I didn't think we were going to get into today. But every morning we tell our leadership cadre when we sit down with them, nothing written in the media is going to affect him or me.
Look, you said illegal alien criminals and child predators are next in your ongoing crackdown.
Oh, yeah.
How are you going to do it?
The illegal immigration problem with 20 million people came in. Yeah, okay, most of them probably were here to work in it, but a lot of them weren't. They were here to traffic in kids and fentanyl. If you were here illegally, the administration's approach, which the director and I have actioned through the agents in the field, is, listen, I'm speaking a bit hyperbolically, but correct me if I'm wrong, right? You're the lawyer. We're giving you about 5 minutes to cooperate. If you're here illegally, 5 minutes, you're out. Title VIII, AEA, whatever we've got. We're not wasting an agent who's making, a decent salary, who we train. We're not wasting 3 weeks of his time to beg you for information, for a proffer. We're not. We're kicking you out. The president's going to seal the border.
In the first 2-3 months that we've been in the seat under Donald Trump's administration, he has sealed the border. He has stopped border crossings. So where's all the fentanyl coming from still? Where's the trafficking coming from still? Where are all the narco traffickers going to keep bringing this stuff into the country? The northern border. Our adversaries have partnered up with the CCP and others, Russia, Iran, on a variety of different criminal enterprises, and they're going and they're sailing around to Vancouver and coming in by air. And the sheer tyranny of distance of the northern border and the lack of cooperation from federal authorities in prior administrations to actually firm up that northern border is what's causing a continuation of violent crime. Now, we're focused on it, and we're calling our state and local law enforcement partners up there. But you know who has to get to step in is Canada, because they're making it up there and shipping it down here. And I don't care about getting into this debate about making someone the 51st state or not, but they are our partner in the north. And say what you want about Mexico, but they helped us seal the southern border. The facts speak for themselves. The border that's open, I'll give you a statistic that I gave to Congress that nobody was paying attention to. Over 300 known or suspected terrorists crossed into this country last year illegally. Known or suspected terrorists, not illegals. Not just illegals, known or suspected terrorists. 85% of them came in through the northern border. Wow. This year, 100 known or suspected terrorists have crossed into this country illegally. 64 are south and north.
Gentlemen, we've hit on so much today, and I really appreciate your time.
I'm so happy that we were able to sit down with you so your viewers can see it. We're not doing a lot of media, and we're going to continue to not do a lot of media. But you have reported truthfully for years, even when it wasn't popular, when it wasn't fun, when it cost you money, and when it cost you personally. So that's why we welcomed you to the Hoover Building. We welcomed, yes, we do have an indoor shooting range, which we'll get you to soon. But we really appreciate you having the audacity to continue to report the truth.
I'm Steve Doocy.
Yes, most people would say this is what we voted for, transparency and the ability to be able to take risks. Okay, sometimes you got to take risks, and that's what it's all about. That's what life is about. And I really admire Bongino and Cash for being able to realize that what, we could actually spread our wings out of the Hoover building, which a lot of people have said they need to in the first place. So, yep, I commend Cash Patel and Bongino. All right, Obama is blaming Trump for God knows what. Here we go.
Now is the man himself who exposed the Trump-Russian collusion hoax from day one. Former House Intelligence Committee Chairman and currently Trump Media CEO Devin Nunes. Devin is also the chairman of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board outside of government. Devin, thank you so much for being here this morning. I want to get your take first on the Russia collusion part of that interview. What struck you?
I was fascinated. There's nobody better than Cash and Dan, or I should say Director Patel and Deputy Director Bongino. Those two guys know more about the Russia hoax than anyone else that's out there. And I'm going to be fascinated to see what this new information is that they found buried somewhere within that Hoover building, because I do think that transparency is key. And now that we have Ed Martin, who was supposed to be the U.S. Attorney in Washington, D.C., now the president has appointed him to go after this. So I think both Cash and Dan were pretty clear. They're going to follow the facts. They're going to provide transparency. And then ultimately it's up to the Department of Justice to hold these dirty cops responsible for what they've drugged this country through for the last almost decade now.
Well, you've called Jim Comey like a figurehead, but talked about others who are really driving this lie. Let me ask you this. Who do you believe was the mastermind behind the Russia collusion lie?
Well, there's a lot of masterminds, but I think in general, this was lit on fire by Obama, Team Obama and his team after Trump won in 2016. So they could have stopped it. They should have stopped it. Instead, they lit the fuse. They put out a BS intelligence report, if you recall, right before the president came in. They framed General Flynn. They framed the entire Trump administration. And then they appointed Mueller. So once Trump fired Comey, Mueller gets appointed. And then we lived through that Mueller witch hunt for years. And I think, me personally, I think if you're going to find criminality, it's going to be with Mueller and his witch hunters that were there for so many years. I think that's where you're going to find the corruption. So it wasn't just I said this many times, Maria, and I think it was lost on people. It wasn't just about all the corruption that they did to create and manufacture the Russia hoax. The Mueller investigation itself was a hoax and was illegal. When Mueller walked into that door, how many times did I say it? He said, "Where are the Russians?" "Oh, sir, there are none." Why didn't Mueller leave? Why did all those people work for years? Why did they hide the information from Congress for so many years? I think you're going to find many of those top-level lawyers and FBI agents, as Cash said, did not conduct themselves in a professional manner. And I think if interviewed again, you could maybe get to the bottom of it. But look, you have two guys that want to get to the bottom of it. I have every faith that they will.
I want to ask you about McCabe, Strzok, and the rest. Let's take a break and come right back. I'm talking with Devin Nunes. We'll be right back on Sunday Morning Futures.
All right. Do you guys think that the big, beautiful bill will be passed? Because some Republicans are not even voting for it. That's the thing. Like, why can't a Republican come together and say, you know what? Yeah, we're going to support this.
And the CEO of Trump Media and Technology Group, owner of Truth Social, Devin Nunes. Devin, you just mentioned Robert Mueller. Is that where we're going to see accountability? Are we not going to see any accountability from the likes of McCabe, Strzok, and what about Comey?
Well, Dan and Cash are part of the cleanup crew now. So because you had the initial criminality, you had the Clinton campaign doing what they did. Then you have Obama that basically lights the fuse. Well, then you had Mueller, who basically came in and covered it all up. So I think when you go in and start to look at that, remember, like everybody's paying attention to Biden, and recently these Her tapes were released, and everybody knew. Now they act like they knew that Biden, was essentially out of it. Well, those lawyers that were working for Mueller had to know that Mueller was out of it. Before Biden craziness, you had Mueller craziness. So I just believe that the agents and people that moved from the Russia hoax into the Mueller witch hunt hoax, those people need to be interviewed, and there should be accountability there. I'm really anxious and want to learn from what Director Patel said, this new information. I wonder if it does have to do with that. I don't know yet. I mean, I'm sure that I will, that we will see it at as a President's Intelligence Board. We will get all that information. The President's been very clear with me when he asked me to take on this role. He wants the corruption cleaned out.
Yeah.
He wants the politicization cleaned up. And I think what we're seeing here is you got to have transparency. You now have Ed Martin put in place in Washington, D.C. Now, look, we can't deal with the justices and that problem.
Well, that's right.
But we'll have to deal with it one day at a time.
I mentioned Judge Boasberg. He was the one who gave Kevin Kleinsmith a smack on the wrist when Kevin Kleinsmith said, no, Carter Page is not a CIA asset, which he was. And what did he get? Community service. And here comes Judge Boasberg again, trying to stop President Trump on the immigration plans.
Yeah, every time you peel something back here, Maria, what we learn is the corruption was much worse than what we thought. And I think because President Trump has come in, he's cleaning things out, he's putting good people in. Now what we're dealing with is the last part the left owns are the judges.
Yeah.
And now we're learning about what the judges are doing.
Devin, thank you very much. Devin Nunes.
You guys remember the prison break situation in New Orleans? The video of these inmates actually fleeing the prison yard has surfaced online, okay? It was released by the prison. Check this out. I don't know if you guys have seen the movie Escape from Alcatraz. It's giving that vibe. Check this out. Whoa. 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 Uh-oh. Man, where was security? There you have it. I hope people are safe in New Orleans, and hopefully people are, because you just never know. All right, with that being said, we are going to check out the big beautiful bill hearing that happened yesterday, and then we're going to enjoy the show, and I will be right back.
Good morning, everybody. The committee will now come to order. Today, we're meeting to report the recommendations submitted to the Budget Committee pursuant to the reconciliation instructions set forth in Title II of H-Con Res 14, the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2025. This one big, beautiful bill. Under the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, the Budget Committee is responsible for combining the reconciliation recommendations submitted by the following committees: Agriculture, Armed Services, Education and Workforce, Energy and Commerce, Financial Services, Homeland Security, Judiciary, Natural Resources, Oversight and Government Reform, Transportation and Infrastructure, and my committee, our committee, the most powerful committee in Congress, other than the Budget Committee, the Ways and Means Committee. Hear, hear. Okay, I have to say, that was a bipartisan, for the record, we already have some bipartisan support. We meet today to report the bill to the House without any substantive revision. The Rules Committee has the authority to make substantive changes and report a reconciliation bill as amended to the House floor. Before we begin opening statements, I'll describe the structure of today's markup under the agreement that I've reached with my friend, Mr. Boyle. Today's markup will be conducted as follows. Ranking member and I'll each take 5 minutes, 5 magic minutes for an opening statement. Members will then each be recognized for 3 minutes to make opening statements. We will proceed then with a motion report to the House, the recommendation submitted to the Committee on the Budget pursuant to the reconciliation instructions in H-Con Res 14, the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2025. Any request for a roll call vote on the motion to report the bill or the motions to instruct will be postponed until later in the markup after debate on all motions to instruct as concluded. We will consider a maximum of 4 motions to instruct from the list of motions provided in advance. These motions to instruct are non-binding and request that the chairman of the Budget Committee ask the Rules Committee to make certain amendments in order. On each motion, there will be a total of 10 minutes of debate, evenly divided. The proponent will be recognized for 4 minutes, after which the opponent will be recognized for 5 minutes before the proponent uses their final 1 minute to close. Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize the Vice Chairman, Mr. Smucker of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the chairman be authorized to declare a recess at any time.
Without objection, so ordered. I'd like to thank everyone again for joining us here today to undergo an important responsibility of the Budget Committee in accordance with the Budget Act of 74, advancing this reconciliation bill to the House of Representatives, quote, without any substantive revision, end of quote. We will now move to opening statements, and I yield myself 5 minutes for opening remarks. Folks, I've said this from the beginning. This reconciliation bill is the principal legislative vehicle for advancing the full America First agenda to realize President Trump's vision and the House Republicans' unwavering commitment to making America safe and prosperous again. How? By making our borders secure again, by making our laws enforced again, by making our government efficient and accountable again, by making the economy free again, by making American energy dominant again, by making work and the dignity of work and self-reliance an American value again, and by making the spending of the sacred treasure of our citizens responsible again. Today, we stand on the precipice of a generational opportunity to make an unprecedented investment in the safety and security of the American people by equipping our Border Patrol agents and our sons and daughters in the armed services with the tools and resources to safely and successfully do the first and most important job of the federal government, to provide for the common defense. But we also have an urgent responsibility to put in place the policies that will unleash economic growth and future prosperity, reining in wasteful spending, and to begin restoring the fiscal health of our nation, which has been in rapid decline over the last couple of decades. I want to thank Speaker Johnson, Leader Scalise, and the entire conference leadership team for their patience, their resolve, and their steady hand throughout this process. I'm grateful for their commitment to regular order and to ensuring from the very beginning to the very end that this wouldn't be a top-down exercise. It would be truly a member-driven process. I want to thank my colleagues and the chairman of the 11 committees who worked tirelessly to meet the fiscal targets that this Budget Committee established in our resolution. No other Budget Committee and no other Congress from either party in the history of this Budget Committee has done more in a shorter period of time with the reconciliation initiative. A big reason that we were able to accomplish this is because of my Budget Committee colleagues, my Republican Budget Committee colleagues, and the seriousness and diligence in which they do their job, their commitment and their conviction to our mission to restore fiscal sanity in this town and in the people's house and in this institution. And I just want them to know that I've never been more proud to work with such committed patriots and public servants. So thank you all. Our budget reconciliation bill, the product of your hard work, folks, the fruit of your labor, is that we're going to advance the most comprehensive tax reform in the history of our great country. And other pro-growth policies that will rein in the regulatory state. It will help right-size the people's government, and that will begin reining in this runaway spending. And after all is said and done, we will reduce the debt to GDP by almost 10 percentage points. And all of this while making a record investment in the security and defense of the United States of America. So it is one big, beautiful bill, but it's only one big, beautiful, and balanced bill because of the folks that you see up here on the dais, my Republican colleagues, and their hard work and leadership. And everybody, our party, our country, and our fellow Americans will be well served because of your efforts. And by the way, we did it with the smallest majority in the House in 100 years. In Washington, people say, when all is said and done, more is said than done. May that not be true of the 119th Congress. Today, let's make good on the American people's mandate by taking President Trump's America First vision and this America First policy agenda and making them a reality in the lives of our fellow citizens. Remember, the American people have spoken. They want a strong country. They want competent leaders. They want common sense policies. And they want from all of us a commitment to putting America and Americans first. Let's give the people what they voted for. And with that, I yield 5 minutes to my friend and ranking member, Mr. Boyle from Pennsylvania.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will agree this is a big bill for billionaires. Now, we will hear over the course of this hearing a vigorous debate. And frankly, there is a strong divide between Republicans and some other Republicans. There is also a divide between both sets of Republicans.
That's good.
And this side of the dais. I can speak at least as to why it is every Democratic member will be voting no on the bill for billionaires. Simply put, besides all of the other important issues involved in this bill, this is the overarching truth. It is the biggest tax cuts for billionaires in American history, paid for by throwing 13.7 million Americans off their health care coverage. Now, those aren't my claims. That is not subjective. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office just this week confirmed that at least 13,700,000 Americans will lose their health care if the GOP bill for billionaires becomes law. That is bad economics. It is unconscionable. Even conservative Republican Senator Josh Hawley called it morally wrong. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Josh Hawley is right. Now, as to the part where I say this bill's for billionaires, you will hear throughout this debate, as we heard often over the course of the long markups of this week, Republican after Republican members say they must pass this bill, otherwise the tax cuts won't be extended for the American people. That's a disingenuous argument. And Democrats in the Ways and Means Committee proved it. Here's what I mean. Over the course of an 18-hour debate, a markup that began early afternoon and lasted until 8 a.m. the following morning, this side of the aisle offered amendment after amendment to protect the tax cuts for every single American making less than $1 billion. Do you know those who make $1 billion a year or more are less than 0.001% of the American people? Every Democrat voted for that amendment. Every Democrat voted to protect the tax cuts for at least 99.999% of the American people, and every Republican voted against it. The reality is, this is delivering the biggest bounty of tax cuts for multimillionaires and billionaires in American history, paid for on the backs of the poor and the working poor and the middle class in this country. The American people were asked in a poll I saw not too long ago, do you support cutting Medicaid in order to pay for tax cuts? 81% of the American people said no. A majority of Democrats, a majority of independents, and here's the thing, a majority of Republicans even said they oppose this radical agenda. So you can see why Democrats have proudly stood united against this piece of legislation. This will do real damage to the American people. You know, our Republican colleagues have been on a 15-year quest to repeal Obamacare. In this piece of legislation, they will come closer to their ultimate goal than ever before. I referenced the 13,700,000 Americans who will lose their health care if this bill passes. About half of that comes from decimating the Affordable Care Act. Folks, we know what happened 8 years ago. They had their repeal of the ACA pass the House of Representatives. But then in the Senate, a few brave Senate Republicans stood up and gave it a famous thumbs down. I hope there'll be a few House Republicans who will join with us either today or on the floor if it gets that far next week and protect the health care of millions of Americans. Say no to the big bill for billionaires. With that, I yield back.
I thank the ranking member and now recognize members for their opening statements. I want to start with my vice chairman and just say how profoundly grateful I am for his steadfast support and strong leadership and again, commitment to our common cause, Mr. Smucker, to reining in this runaway spending in Washington to reignite the growth that we so desperately need to usher in prosperity and to secure our children's future. I know nobody in this chamber and in this town is more committed to that than you, and I'm thankful for you. With that, I yield 3 minutes to Mr. Smucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by recognizing your leadership. We would not have gotten to this point without your strong leadership, and also the work of the committee and every Republican member of this committee to get to this point where we're considering this historic bill. You know, when we pass this bill, we will prove that we can deliver substantial tax relief and meaningful spending reductions at the same time. And this One Big Beautiful Bill delivers conservative wins all across the board, and it provides once-in-a-generation tax relief to hardworking families who need it most. And just remember this, when Democrats, if they make good on their word to vote against this bill, they will be voting for a 22% tax hike on average Americans, on every taxpayer. They'll be voting for a reduction in the child tax credit. They'll be voting against an additional $4,000 in tax relief to seniors. They'll be voting for a tax increase on every small business in America. This bill supports Main Street businesses by cutting job-killing regulations, reversing Biden-era overreach, and empowering entrepreneurs to invest, to innovate, and to create jobs here in America. It protects vital safety net programs while demanding accountability, ensuring that taxpayer dollars are used efficiently and responsibly. This bill is a clear fulfillment of our promise to change the way Washington operates. For the first time in years, we're delivering real, measurable reductions in federal spending, $1.5 trillion in direct savings. Those cuts aren't just symbolic. They're the first step in restoring fiscal discipline and changing the trajectory of our nation's debt crisis. So this committee Republican members of this committee should be really proud of the work that we've done to get us to this point. We're showing the American people that conservative governance works. It is possible to reduce spending, provide tax relief, and protect core services for vulnerable Americans all at once. In fact, the bill we're voting on today secures more savings than any other reconciliation bill in American history, and again protects families from an historic tax hike, as well as the shadow tax of unrestrained federal borrowing. So this is an important bill, delivers on the mandate that we've been given by the American people, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this transformative legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Now recognize for 3 minutes my friend from Texas, Mr. Lloyd Doggett.
Republicans talk fiscal responsibility, but they practice fiscal irresponsibility. Trump's big, beautiful bill is full of ugly details. Mr. Chairman, there is absolutely no fiscal sanity, as you refer to it, in this bill. What begins as a $4 trillion bit of public borrowing, according to the Nonpartisan Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, likely ends up adding almost $7 trillion to the national debt. And you Republicans are stone silent on any justification for the trillions you're adding. You only want to change the subject. Because when it comes to more and more tax breaks for those at the top, the billionaire class, too much is never enough, even when it produces fiscal irresponsibility. This bill is laden with budget-busting park for every well-connected donor, from firearm silencers to tanning salons. Even the Wall Street Journal editorialized this week, quote, "It's largely a political document focused more on massaging 100 constituencies than helping the economy grow." And the Libertarian Cato Institute, quote, "It's not significantly pro-growth. It will reduce investment, lower pre-tax wages, and have little impact on total national income." Americans living very comfortably with $1 million or more in annual income will get 310 times more of this bill's benefits than those earning $50,000 or less. Yet there is a way to provide all of the bill's benefits, the good, the bad, and the ugly, to provide all of it to 98% of American taxpayers and still cut this proposal's cost in half. Just limit the benefits to those who earn $400,000 or less annually. And this would mostly ask Elon Musk and the billionaire class, the richest 2% of Americans, to pay the same tax rate that they paid under President George W. Bush and under President Barack Obama, simply going from 37% to 39.6%. Surely, unless you are totally beholden to the billionaire class, that's not too much to ask of Republicans. The ugly bill also devotes $20 billion to undermining our public schools with a new form of private school vouchers. It wrecks our planet and business opportunities with a repeal of renewable energy credit. It expands Trump's ability to destroy opponents by denying their tax-exempt status. It denies health insurance coverage to about 14 million Americans. It's all ponies and rainbows, according to one K Street lobby. But for families, it's a long black storm cloud rolling in fast as they lose access to a physician, food security, and educational opportunity. Of course, Trump's not worried. He has a shiny new Qatari jet in which he and his billionaire friends can fly off into the sunset. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Texas and now recognize my friend, Mr. Tom McClintock from California, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I share the disappointment expressed by some of our Republican colleagues that there's so much more reform that could have been and should have been made in this reconciliation bill. But as Benjamin Franklin reminded the Constitutional Convention, when you assemble a group of people to benefit from their collective wisdom, you will also get their collective folly. He asked them, from such an assembly, can perfection be expected? He noted that the principal difference between the Catholic and Anglican Church was that the Catholic Church was infallible and the Anglican Church was never wrong. But he reminded them, as sure as we may be of our own perfection and infallibility, we must all doubt a little of that infallibility if we will ever be able to come together for the common good. And the common good is clearly served by this bill, with all of its imperfections and disappointments. The only economic indicator that matters is how people answer this question next year. Are you better off today than you were 2 years ago? This bill provides much of the tax and regulatory relief that is needed to revive the American economy. But it has to be put in place now if it is to have time to work. By this time next year, Americans could be enjoying one of the most explosive periods of growth in our history. Only those who remember what it was like to wake up in Reagan's morning in America can know how exciting and joyful that feels. Are we to sacrifice all of that in the quixotic quest for perfection? This is not the end of the fiscal reforms necessary to restore our nation's solvency, but rather the first step. The day after this bill becomes law, we will begin work on the 2026 Budget Act and the next reconciliation bill that will offer the next step toward enacting additional spending reforms. But if we falter in taking this first step, we can't get to the next one. We'll waste the summer squabbling and fuming to the delight of the Democrats and to the despair of the American people. If we succeed, we can then build on that success in the months ahead, adding additional spending reforms, a task that will be made easier by a prosperous and expanding economy and an electorate that can taste the success in their own lives and fortunes. As Lincoln said, it's not can any of us imagine better, but can we all do better? He said, we can't escape history, for we will either nobly save or meanly lose the last best hope of mankind. He said, we must disenthrall ourselves, and then we will save our country. Let's do that today. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman and now recognize Mr. Bobby Scott from the mother of all states, Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the gentleman from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is telling you that Virginia is the Commonwealth. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's hard to take my colleagues on the other side of the aisle seriously when they come here and give speech after speech after speech complaining about the deficit and then support this reconciliation plan that increases the deficit. But this should not come as a surprise because every single Democratic president and presidential administration since Kennedy has left for their Republican successors a better deficit situation than the one they inherited. And every single Republican presidential administration since Nixon's has left a worse deficit situation for the Democrats than the one they inherited, all without exception. So here we go again, a Republican president following a Democratic president. The Republicans are here to make speeches about deficits and debts, and then again set to increase the deficit and national debt just like clockwork. So the reason we have all this debt is because Democrats have not been able to clean up the Republican messes as quickly as they make them. This bill not only increases the deficit, it makes working families pay a price. As a ranking member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, I'm particularly outraged that Republicans want to fund tax cuts for corporations and billionaires by making cuts in educational and nutritional programs. This bill uses taxpayers' money to take resources from public schools, which serve 90% of the students, and divert them to private schools. The bill also harms children's access to school meal programs and makes it harder for students to afford a college education. So there's nothing fiscally responsible about this budget, and working families and middle-class families will pay the price. Programs that keep kids, seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities from going hungry and ensure that students receive a quality education should not be on the chopping block. And after weeks of statements from Republican members that the budget they voted for twice does not cut Medicaid, this bill will rip away health care from millions of Americans using Medicaid and makes health care more expensive for everyone else. This big, bad bill is a collection of bad policies, It kicks millions of people off their health care, threatens food security for millions of families, makes it harder for students to afford education, and diverts taxpayer resources from public schools. It does all of this to give corporations and wealthy billionaires a tax cut, and then it makes our debt worse. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this legislation.
I thank the gentleman and now recognize my friend, Mr. Buddy Carter from Georgia, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this meeting here today. Let's face it, folks, President Trump inherited one big, ugly mess. And what we're doing now is trying to fix that with one big, beautiful bill. We're fighting to get this nation back to the level of prosperity that we enjoyed during his first term, when inflation was low, the border was secure, and our nation was energy dominant. That's why it's not just important, it's essential that we deliver this one big, beautiful bill that will put the United States back on track and reestablish the American dream. The golden age is upon us. Thank goodness. And I'm proud that we're getting that done here in Congress. Without the work we're doing here today, the American people will see their taxes increase. Highest increase they'll ever see. That's why we're getting this done today. We don't want that to happen. We simply can't keep living in a world where government organizations such as the EPA hand out billions of dollars with zero oversight and accountability. That ends now, and thank goodness we've got an EPA administrator who's going to end that and help us in it. One of our former colleagues can do a great job. We can't ignore the fiscal cliff that we're heading towards. This bill will also preserve and protect, strengthen, stabilize, sustain critical programs such as Medicaid from waste, fraud, and abuse, so that they work for the Americans who most need it for generations to come. That's right. What we have done in the Energy and Commerce Committee, our part of this, we are stabilizing, we are securing, we are sustaining the program that is intended for the most vulnerable in our society. Instead of prioritizing illegal immigrants or ineligible recipients, we encourage states to use Medicaid funds in support of the most vulnerable Americans. That's what Medicaid was intended for. This bill will also help American citizens keep more money in their pockets by removing the tax on tips and overtime. In a time where Biden-era inflation continues to linger, House Republicans are ensuring that hardworking Americans keep more of the paycheck that they rightfully earned. Today, we take another pivotal step towards delivering on the mandate that the American people gave us last November. We'll cut waste, fraud, and abuse, and we'll secure critical government programs for decades to come. This is our opportunity, and we're going to take it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman and now yield 3 minutes to my friend from California, Mr. Scott Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, this is just, from a budget perspective, a disaster for the United States. Despite the flowery language you hear, every year this country has been racking up $2 trillion of debt because we don't pay our expenses. And that means that the deficit, the national debt, unless we do something about that, will grow from 36 to 38 to 40 to 42. And despite all the cuts you hear about, none of them are applied to lowering that annual deficit number that adds to our national debt. Not any of them. Because they literally, by the order of this committee, were directed to be used to offset the cost of extending and adding new tax breaks for people, okay? So that's why this does not reduce the debt. In fact, the independent analysis of the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget says that over the next 30 years, this will add $37 trillion to the national debt, $37 trillion. It doesn't reduce the debt, it doesn't reduce the deficit. Scott Bessent, the Secretary of Treasury, says we need to get our deficits down to 3% of GDP to dig out of this hole. Today, without this law, that's going to take about $7 trillion of savings and revenues over the next 10 years. There's nowhere near any of that that's going on here. But when you add in the cost of this bill, this budget-busting bill, that number goes to $11 to $12 trillion we're going to have to save over the next 10 years. This is not going in the right direction at all, no matter how convicted they sound over on the other side. There are alternatives. First of all, this is their bill. This is the way they wrote this bill in 2017 for these things to expire. Democrats had nothing to do with the expiration of these tax cuts. That's how they wrote it in 2017. Okay, they voted for this. But you have alternatives, because if you look at the tax rate from 37 to 39.6 would be incurred on who? On people who earn more than $610,000 a year. Those people aren't working for the $2 per $100. Those people can afford that tax increase, and it would raise $402 billion to help close the gap. When the Republicans lowered the corporate rate from 35%, which so many people in here agree was too high, to 21%, that went well past what the Republican Ways and Means Chair Dave Camp was asking for. He was asking for 25%. If you raise that up again to 25%, as the Republicans wanted back then, that's $500 billion. And the tax gap, Republicans don't even want to enforce the tax laws we have without raising a single rate. The tax gap, the difference between what we owed and what we collect is $697 billion. And what are we doing about that? We see DOGE cutting IRS's ability to collect those things. This is irresponsible. It's the wrong thing to do for budget. We need a bipartisan process that deals with, honestly, with revenues and cuts. We don't have it. Please vote this down. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman and now yield to Glenn Grothman from Wisconsin for 3 minutes.
Thank you. First, I'd like to correct a misstatement made by the minority party today. I don't consider Josh Hawley a conservative, so just want to straighten that out. I think we had an opportunity here to have truly a transformative bill, and I think in January, that's what most of our expectations were, that we'd be going line by line through the entire federal government, recognizing the fact that we're borrowing 26% of our budget and thereby removing a lot of the programs that are out there now. My senator has done a tremendous job of explaining what should be done. I think sometimes it's a little unrealistic in what can be done politically, but I also feel, looking at this document, like there should have been more. I've talked a lot about the low-income tax credits, the type of things that all the conservative think tanks almost ridicule, but miraculously, we're going to be voting today to increase those tax credits, which means we were not too many people out here. Did not want the wonderful bill that so many of us were expecting in January and February. In any event, I will be voting for this bill today. In order to be placed on this committee, you are supposed to say that you're going to vote for the bill that's presented. I think the fact that they're delaying the work requirements on Medicaid indicates that there was kind of a lack of sincerity in reaching the spirit of the law, while they may have hit the letter of the law. Nevertheless, there's some good things in here. I think the country would be better off with the bill passed than before the bill passed, but it is rare that you get this chance of having the House, the Senate, and the presidency. I think the closer we get to the election, I'm sure that we're going to try another reconciliation bill, but the closer you get to the next election, the more wimpy politicians become. So I think this could have been a lot better, but I'll be voting for it today.
Thank the gentleman from Wisconsin and now yield to our friend from California, Mr. Jimmy Panetta, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I think we all recognize how difficult it is to craft legislation that balances fiscal responsibility with economic growth. But I think we can all clearly see that this legislation is not the way to do it, considering that you completely blow out the debt and deficit and you thoroughly fail working families to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. I mean, look at the distribution tables alone for this bill. The top 0.1% stand to gain $255,000 in 2027 alone. That's $700 every day for that 0.1%. Yet for those earning less than $50,000 per year, the average benefit is only $265. That's less than $1 a day. That's 310 times more benefit for billionaires. And the consequences of this bill go well beyond that, and they're well documented. The $715 billion that this legislation would slash from Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act would strip health coverage from nearly 14 million Americans. The bill includes the deepest cuts to food assistance in the history of the United States, slashing SNAP benefits for nearly 11 million Americans. And for what? In addition to being stuffed with largesse and accounting gimmicks, the bill also offers tax breaks for gun silencers. It not only fails working families, it undermines America's economic security, and it explodes our nation's fiscal foundation. Now, in order to do everything the president promised, in order to cut many of these benefits for working families, this bill would add close to $7 trillion to our national debt. It will increase interest rates. It will make everything from buying a home to financing a business more expensive. The nonpartisan Cato Institute has stated that the bill is likely to increase growth by only 0.6%, nowhere near enough to offset the fiscal damage brought on by this legislation. In fact, this bill is expected to reduce investment, lower wages, and have little impact on the total national income. And so as I see it, this bill represents gutting benefits for working families, giving tax breaks to billionaires, giving in to exploding our national debt, and giving up on the fiscal health of our nation, and therefore giving up on our obligation to our children's and our country's future. That's why I oppose this bill, and so should you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman and now yield 3 minutes to our friend, Mr. Ben Klein from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to respectfully disagree with my friend and colleague from California. This bill puts us on path to fiscal responsibility. This bill reverses the spending sprees of the Democrats over the last 4 years. This bill right-sizes a bloated bureaucracy. This bill reins in mandatory spending. And there are many wins that should be commended within this bill that will provide Americans with the tax certainty that will lead to stronger investment and greater economic growth. This includes making the TCJA's individual tax rates permanent so that no one should have to worry about a tax hike unless the Democrats are the ones imposing it on the American people. Additionally, this bill includes provisions that will prevent blue states from laundering your tax dollars to subsidize the health care of able-bodied adults and those who are here illegally. This strengthens Medicaid to ensure that health care is available to those who are actually in need, such as children, the elderly, and disabled populations. This package will also decrease the deficit by roughly $160 billion and reduce the debt to GDP ratio by 10 percentage points compared to the CBO baseline. This is a great bill. However, I think it's important to acknowledge that in the midst of the marathon markups and all the hard work that has been done, there are still many viable fiscal reforms that have been left on the cutting room floor. This would include fiscal provisions to strengthen Second Amendment protections for Americans by eliminating the federal tax burden associated with suppressors and remove it from the National Firearms Act. But there are many others that I won't mention. Instead, today we'll focus on the positives. We've got an amazing piece of legislation here that is going to do so much for the American people and putting our country on the right course fiscally. So by passing this bill, we say that we still have the opportunity to shepherd it through the process, continue to work on improvements, and ensure that we will deliver the strongest results for our constituents back home. I thank the chair for all his work, thank the vice chair for all his work, and for all those on the committee, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman and now yield to the gentlelady Bonnie Watson Coleman from New Jersey for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that spending our money reflects our values, and obviously, Republican values don't care about others than billionaire corporations and billionaire individuals. I know that people want health care, they want food security, and they want education. So I speak in strong opposition to this bill that we're marking today. When we came together in February to mark up the resolution, Democrats began to ring the alarm on what was being proposed. We were told not to worry. This was a blueprint. No specific cuts were mentioned in the resolution. Now, a few months later, we have a bill, and it does exactly what we feared it would do. Democrats said this bill was going to take away SNAP from needy Americans. We are right. In fact, the text says $300 billion is to be cut from this vital food assistance program, which can lead to 11 million people going hungry. Democrats said that this bill was going to kick people off Medicaid. Looks like we were right about that, too. The bill cut $715 billion to the program and will kick 13.7 million Americans losing health care. Democrats said that the tax cuts will be going to the rich. We were right again. If enacted by 2027, individuals making over $1 billion a year will see their combined tax liability decrease by $96 billion, while an average household making less than $15,000 a year will see a tax increase of nearly 19%. Along with the most well-known problems of this bill, there are a lot of other things to dislike as well. The bill caps the amount of federal student aid, restricts Pell Grant eligibility, eliminates supplemental retirement payments for federal workers, reduces the funding of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, sells off public lands to pay for handouts to big oil, eliminates critical programs like LIHEAP, and builds the president's ridiculous border wall, to name a few. I don't understand how my colleagues on the other side can say with a straight face that this will benefit the American people. It only benefits those billionaires like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. I have over 124,000 constituents who rely on Medicaid, of which over 60,000 are children. These are real people who will have to face the real-life consequences of my colleagues' vote. Just imagine telling those children that you cut access to their health care so that some guy can deduct the cost of their private jet. In my eyes, this legislation is truly evil. I don't see how any of my colleagues in good conscience could vote for this to advance this bill. We must stop it before it can pass out of this committee. So I ask that all of you join me in voting against this monstrous package. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady and now yield 3 minutes to my friend from the Hoosier State, Mr. Marlin Stutzman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to your leadership on what you've been bringing us to this point. And I've just been working through a couple things here. And, I hear the other side saying that these are tax cuts for the billionaires and the rich. Well, if you go to pages around 759, you got no tax on tips. You know how many people we have in our districts that work hard every weekend? It's maybe a part-time job. They may make $200 a weekend. They don't have to pay taxes on that. That's going to be a huge boost to their family budget. No tax on overtime. Again, we're giving credit to those people who are willing to go out and work the extra hours to make ends meet. No tax on overtime is a tax for the working person in this country. No tax on a car loan interest. I mean, there's a lot of tax cuts for everyday Americans, and the other side just wants to keep talking like it's only for billionaires. I'll guarantee you there's a lot more voters who are everyday Americans than there are billionaires. This isn't, obviously it's not a perfect bill. In fact, some of us on this side would have gone a lot further. We've got concerns about some of the reforms that we didn't make and had the opportunity. But this bill does make significant progress in protecting the life of the unborn. In this bill, no federal dollars will be used to support abortion practices and services at so-called community health providers like Planned Parenthood. The fundamental right to life for the unborn should be protected, and I'm glad to see consensus across the board to have this provision included. Many states, I want to go back to Medicaid, many states use Medicaid, a program that is intended to serve the most vulnerable as a way to launder federal funds at their disposal. Federal spending on California's Medicaid program exceeds the entirety of Florida's entire state budget. Think about that. California's Medicaid program is larger than Florida's entire state budget. In 2025, the federal government will spend almost $190 billion on Medicaid just in California and California and New York alone. This is over 32% of total federal government spending on Medicaid. It's out of control. It's ridiculous. So even with this spending, states like California and New York spend far less on vulnerable populations than they do on able-bodied adults and illegal aliens. Medicaid should be for U.S. citizens only who are most in need, not for states to bolster their own budget at the expense of all other Americans. I want to say this is a great start to getting our economy back on track. Watching President Trump travel around the world, bringing back trillions of dollars of investment to America is going to spur our economy. Letting Americans keep more of their own hard-earned tax dollars is going to make a big difference, and I'm glad to support this bill.
Plaskett from the Virgin Islands for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my fellow member of the Ways and Means Committee, which I agree is the greatest committee in the Congress. We have come to the end of a very long week here in Washington, and anyone watching now will likely have watched this week as we work through the night. Starting on Tuesday, Ways and Means Committee spent over 18 hours working through the night and into Wednesday trying to avert the catastrophic impact that this legislation will have. We watched Republicans give away the farm to greedy billionaires, the CEOs and corporations, making permanent tax cuts for the richest and trying to trick the rest of Americans with a set of minuscule measures that are all temporary and only serve to pull the wool over taxpayers' eyes. That overtime tax that they were talking about, temporary. Tips, temporary. Taxes for the wealthy, permanent. Don't be fooled. It's about the wealthy people in this country, not you and me. Our Republican colleagues in the Energy and Commerce Committee tried to rip away health care from Americans that need to pay for their giveaways to big corporations and the rich. Republicans are stealing from the poor and giving to the rich, feeding the king from the people's forest, from their own communities, while cosplaying as Robin Hoods. My colleagues talk about a strong country. We're going to be weaker because of this legislation. You can believe that. And listen, when Democrats were in charge, we instituted so many things that expanded work for all Americans. We increased health care. We guaranteed safe, affordable, high-quality childcare for every worker and family. We supported new energy. We supported growing this economy. Democrats temporarily expanded the child tax credit, giving so many children a chance. And we did this in a manner because we were concerned about the deficit. Listen, I'm concerned with SNAP. I'm concerned with Medicaid, Pell Grants, energy manufacturing. Those are important to me. That represents trillions of dollars that they have cut. But if they're really interested in being fiscally responsible, then don't give such big cuts to the rich. Actually try and balance a budget. Actually try and bring down the deficit. If you want to take away all of those things from the neediest, take away some shit from the rich as well. But you don't want to do that. You want to give them more off of the backs of American people. You're going to cut SNAP by $300 billion. Medicaid, healthcare for the poorest, $700 billion. You won't even give a cut to individuals making over $1 billion, which would have taken away $1 trillion that we could put back into other things. This is about the wealthy. This is not about the American people. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady and now yield 3 minutes to our friend from Utah, Mr. Blake Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing us together for this important and long-awaited step in the budget reconciliation process. And also appreciate that you scheduled the markup during daylight hours, so I won't go viral again. This process across all authorizing committees, this has been years in the making. I know those of us on the Ways and Means Committee have been working on this working on the potential for this opportunity for over a year, just dedicated to this one moment right now. And we're excited to be able to deliver real results for all Americans. The reconciliation process is not easy. It's certainly not perfect. Reversing Washington's debt culture has been one of my top priorities since joining Congress, and we have to break the habit of appropriating with rushed deadlines and inefficient processes and rework our process so we can put together strong budgets with input from more members and more committees. And we're getting 11 different committees involved in this one specific thing. I look forward to the day when Congress votes on 100% of the budget every year, rather than just leaving 2/3 of our budget on autopilot. But this is a big step to limiting that future debt growth. We have no other opportunities to address mandatory spending than to do this through the budget reconciliation process. Our members have put in very substantial work, landmark legislation for the history books. This bill unlocks the largest reform to that mandatory spending in history, almost 4 times the record set under Speaker Gingrich in the 90s, at a time when we have the narrowest margins in history. We're also making reforms to programs that have grown so much over the years that there's no other opportunity, no other bill that you can do it under budget reconciliation. And there's obviously still more to do. So thank you again to Speaker Johnson, Chairman Arrington, and other members who have contributed to making this possible today. We're not here to make edits to the committee's work. That's not an option for us procedurally. And I look forward to reporting the bill of our Budget Committee over to the Rules Committee, which will unlock the next step and getting it out of the House of Representatives. Above all, I want to stress to anyone watching at home that this bill is the product of months of deliberation and negotiation. My Budget Committee colleagues and I have voted on these revenue targets 3 times, and each authorizing committee has gone through its respective process to bring us these results today to accept or reject. Our job is to set targets. No one thought they were possible, but today we are spending less than the committees were allowed and saving more than we were instructed to do. This is a huge win. To get out of our debt crisis, we need to undergo this exercise regularly. We cannot think of this as a one and done, even if we truly want to reverse our debt to GDP ratio. I want to thank the leadership of this committee again, and as the reason we've been able to pull together almost $1.6 trillion in savings. It's significant, and I look forward to going through this bill today and urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
Some of the Ways and Means Committee members, after you fell asleep the other day, decided to chip in and equip your chair with an electric shocking mechanism so that would not happen on our watch. I hope that is also a bipartisan proposal. With that, to my friend and fellow Texan, Veronica Escobar, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to address the American people because here we are on the precipice of passing the biggest tax breaks in American history for billionaires, and they are being funded by cutting services and programs to the American people, to hardworking Americans. In fact, this bill represents the biggest cuts to Medicaid and nutrition programs in American history. And Mr. Chairman, I remember when we were here debating the bill at the onset, and nearly every Republican said, oh no, there will be no cuts to Medicaid. That's not what we're doing. But we know for a fact, and we stated that that's what was going to happen. And in fact, that's why many of my Republican colleagues are afraid to face their own constituents at town halls, because the American people know that they can see through this smoke and mirrors. And in fact, Republicans are still saying that this bill only impacts able-bodied Americans who refuse to work. Nope, not true. And you don't have to take my word for it. Let me read you what a Republican has said. We're not, and this is a quote, we're not talking here about just work requirements. The House goes much, much, much further than that. This is real Medicaid benefit cuts. I can't support that. No Republican should support that. We're the party of the working class, and we need to act like it, end quote. Who was that? That was Republican Senator Josh Hawley. He even called this bill a tax on the poor and on hardworking Americans. So I agree with most of what Josh Hawley said. I would disagree that Republicans are the party of the working class. Democrats have supported paid family and medical leave, affordable high-quality childcare, universal pre-K, the expanded child tax credit, health care expansion, making the wealthy pay their fair share. Every Republican last Congress voted against that. So they're not the party of the working poor or the hardworking Americans. And this bill doesn't just strip benefits for hardworking Americans. It hurts future generations by adding $7 trillion to the national debt. They're literally borrowing money from the future so that billionaires can get their big tax breaks. That's not working or protecting hardworking Americans. That is crushing hardworking Americans, making their lives harder. This bill doesn't make America better. It makes Americans sicker, poorer, and hungrier. That's why we will all be voting no. We urge some of our colleagues to listen to their own constituents who do not want them to pass this bill. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady and now yield 3 minutes to my friend from Kansas, Mr. Ron Estes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to be here with you and our colleagues as we work to advance the America First policies that are embedded in this one big, beautiful bill. The bill we're marking up here today is a culmination of years of work to extend the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, secure our borders, and rein in wasteful Washington spending. It's a bill that meets the mandate provided to this Congress by the American people last November. It's a bill for the American people, and my friends on the left have only empty talking points to try and paint this legislation as something that it's not. Today, I want to take a brief moment and refute some of the lies with some of the facts. First, let's look at the historic Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. While nearly half of my Republican and Democrat colleagues were not here in 2017, I remember the, quote, crumbs Nancy Pelosi claimed the middle class would be receiving because of the Trump tax cuts. The reality is those crumbs were really thousands of dollars in lower taxes, increased wages, and stronger economic opportunities for Americans at all economic levels. On tax day of this year, I wrote an op-ed about the left's deceit on the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit that op-ed for the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
In it, I said the New York Times noted in 2019 that most Americans received a tax cut from the 2017 tax reform, but simply didn't believe it. Their quote was, "To a large degree, the gap between perception and reality on the tax cut appears to be a flow from a sustained and misleading effort by liberal opponents of the law to brand it as a broad middle-class tax increase," the paper wrote. And in 2021, then House Democrat Caucus Chair Hakeem Jeffries told MSNBC 83% of the benefits went to the wealthiest 1%, and they saddled us with approximately $2 trillion in debt to subsidize the lifestyle of the rich and shameless. The statement was so bad, the Washington Post upgraded its fact check from 2 Pinocchios to 3 and called it a zombie claim. That's because Jeffries and the Democrats were relying on projections that would happen after significant provisions in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act expired. The same provisions Republicans are trying to save today and Democrats are trying to stop. In the op-ed, I went on to say the flow of misinformation has convinced the broad swath of Americans that they didn't receive a tax cut, which they did, and the same cast of deceivers is trying to dupe Americans by promoting the extension of the law as a tax giveaway for millionaires and billionaires, which it isn't. The Joint Committee on Taxation said Americans making between $30,000 and $80,000 would pay 15% less in taxes in 2027 under our bill, a nearly double higher percentage than those making over $1 million. Nevertheless, we're already seeing success in our physical and financial security. This week, we learned the annual inflation rate is the lowest it's been since Joe Biden first took office more than 4 years ago. Let me be clear, prices are too high, and the impact of inflation is still hurting Americans and hurting Kansans, but we finally turned the page. Mr. Chairman, this bill, particularly the pro-family, pro-worker, pro-growth provisions, is critical to preventing a massive tax increase for everyday Americans to give our economy a boost, secure our border, and bend the curve on decades of Washington waste, fraud, and abuse spending. I urge my colleagues to support this one big, beautiful bill, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman from Kansas and now yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady, Ms. Becca Ballant from Vermont. How could I miss Ms. Ilhan Omar from Minnesota? I I apologize, an oversight, I assure you. I've been hoping you'd be moving over here and taking the ranking member spot at some point in this hearing.
I think everyone agrees with that.
Ms. Omar, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I think we're all happy with our ranking member on this side of the aisle. We hear the Republicans talk about big, beautiful bill. I think this is a big, ugly bill. Let's call it what it is. It is the largest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich in U.S. history. This reconciliation package proposes devastating cuts to Medicaid and SNAP. My Republican colleagues will tell you that they are just going after waste, fraud, and abuse, but let's be clear. The only way to slash this much safety net spending is by making it harder for people to survive. Their changes will kick millions of Americans off their healthcare and nutrition assistance. That means more untreated illnesses, more hungry children, more preventable deaths. This isn't just line items in the budget. There are people's lives, the sacrifice of human dignity and of life itself. And for what? So that your billionaire friends can get nearly $300,000 in tax cuts? So we can expand tax breaks for corporations, hedge funds, and wealthy heirs? And that's not all. This bill includes plenty of other harmful giveaways, like new mining leases on public land, including the Boundary Waters in Minnesota. More than double the funding of ICE as it disappears innocent people, and more money to line the pockets of military contractors. And this whole proposal is held together by gimmicks designed to hide the real cost of showering the rich with permanent tax breaks. I say permanent tax breaks because the tax breaks that you have for working people in America are not permanent. Some of the most harmful provisions, like work requirements, don't even kick in until Trump leaves office because you do not want the political package that comes with that, which is why you've been hiding from your constituents. This is not a serious budget. This is a green light for authoritarianism, for inequality to run rampant. It is a police state budget wrapped in billionaire tax cuts. And we have to be real with the American people. The breaks that they are telling you that you're going to have are not going to exist. If you make less than $50,000, you're gonna get $1 tax break a day. If you are a billionaire, you are getting $700 tax break every day. That is not a bill that cares about the working people. It is not an America First legislation. It is the billionaire first legislation, and we should all vote against it.
I thank the gentlelady and now yield to our friend from the Tar Heel State, Mr. Chuck Edwards, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After hundreds of hours of work on this bill, this is not the big, beautiful bill that I had hoped for, but it does rein in mandatory spending. It restores program integrity and finally begins, but only begins, to right-size the federal bureaucracy. It blocks irresponsible student loan bailouts, and it implements long overdue workforce reforms to make government more efficient and accountable, aligning federal benefits with private sector norms. We tighten eligibility for the entitlement programs. We don't eliminate those. It stops subsidies to illegal immigrants, and it establishes meaningful work requirements for able-bodied adults receiving many of our benefits. These aren't just cost-saving measures. They're fairness programs and integrity measures. Importantly, this package also invests in what truly matters. It gives our troops a raise, it strengthens our national defense, and it secures our border. It reignites economic growth by extending the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, unleashing American energy, and rewarding education that delivers value. This bill delivers on the promises made to working Americans by eliminating tax on tips and overtime, raising the standard deduction, raising the child tax credits, and offering no tax on car loans. And it respects our aging population with tax breaks to senior citizens who've been productive working members of our society all their life. We're making some tough choices here, reforming programs, cutting waste, and rejecting the Biden-Harris era's regulatory overreach. And yes, we're responsibly increasing the debt limit, and will prevent defaulting on our nation's debt for the first time in our history, preventing an economic catastrophe. Mr. Chairman, the flaw with this bill is it doesn't go far enough, fast enough to get our fiscal house in order, but it does take some great strides. Let's take these strides today, pass this bill, then go to work next week on taking greater and bolder steps. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and I associate myself with his remarks on more is still to be done, but it is a step in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. Chuck Edwards. Ms. Becca Ballant, we recognize you for 3 minutes, the gentlelady from Vermont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A budget is a reflection of our values, our priorities, what we view as the most important, but also who we view as the most important. And this Republican reconciliation package is cruel. It makes steep cuts to Medicaid. Millions and millions of people will lose their health care because of these cuts. Rural hospitals across this country will close because they're not going to be able to keep their margin. Medicaid is that margin. Now, my Republican colleagues had voted twice on the previous budget, and they made steep cuts to Medicaid, and they said over and over and over again, we are not cutting Medicaid. And yet here we are. And my Republican colleagues are making cuts to Medicaid, and millions of people are going to lose their health care. That is the reality of it. But it's not just a cruel budget, it's also a very cynical one. And why do I use the word cynical? Because these cuts to Medicaid and to food assistance programs are being made to pay for massive tax breaks for the very wealthy. It's food and health care versus giving more money to people who don't need Medicaid, who don't need food assistance. So yes, I think it's cruel and I think it's cynical. And get this, despite being lectured repeatedly by Republican members of this committee about our country's deficit, this bill actually adds trillions of dollars to the deficit. I'm serious, I'm not making this up. Trillions of dollars to the deficit being added. So people will lose health care, kids and the veterans will go hungry, rural hospitals face closures, and yet the very rich will get even richer at the expense of our children and grandchildren who will shoulder the burden of that additional debt. Americans overwhelmingly do not want these cuts to Medicaid and to food programs. 81% say no. And when they see the full impact, when they realize what is being done in their name, they will be outraged because it is a betrayal. Absolutely. Americans can't pay their rent right now. Grocery prices are too high. Prescription drug prices are too high. Costs are going to continue to get higher because of Trump's stupid tariff game. This is Trump's economy, and it's rigged against working people. This budget is not for working people. It's not for the middle class. It's not for those folks who we all have in our districts living paycheck to paycheck. It's not for rural communities where health outcomes are the worst. Our constituents are struggling, and we're supposed to be their voices in this committee. Let's not add to the struggles of people back home. Our constituents deserve so much better than this. And Americans are fed up with the way that they are being treated. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady and, now yield 3 minutes to our friend from North Carolina, Mr. Addison McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There have been some rumbles over the last 24 hours, but one thing remains steadfast. At the end of the day, Republicans will deliver on the mandate we were given by the American people and put forth one big, beautiful bill. We are already seeing a different country under President Trump. Border crossings are down 90%. Inflation is at its lowest rate since 2021, with egg prices down 10% in the last month and gas prices down 12% from last year. The bill before us today includes many provisions that will double down on President Trump's agenda of peace and prosperity. If all one did was follow the mainstream press, it would be easy to get distracted by the debate over various provisions. This morning, I want to remind my Democrat colleagues what this legislation is really about. This is about providing tax relief to millions of our constituents and preventing one of the largest tax hikes in American history. It makes historic investment in our country's border security. If you don't believe me, or if you scoff at that notion, then I ask you to learn about how many families, like mine, have lost a loved one to fentanyl smuggled across our southern border. And this is also about fairness. No more illegal immigrants getting free health care paid for by my constituents. That's wrong, and everyone here knows that. While I know there will likely be updates to this legislation as it continues through the process, the main components will not change. Let's provide tax relief for people who need it. This is a big, beautiful bill, but also the course correction that we need. Let's make a generational investment in our border security. Let's unleash American energy like we did during President Trump's first term, and let's prioritize taxpayers over illegals. Mr. Chairman, I am proud to support moving this big, beautiful bill through the process, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman and yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady, Ms. Marcy Kaptur from Ohio. Ms. Marcy Kaptur from Ohio is not, oh, there you are. Ms. Kaptur for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Budgets are about American values. This one is cruel, lopsided, and dangerous. Bottom line, it is a bonanza for billionaires. Let's admit it. It will add $7 trillion to our national debt. That means over $40 trillion. We're not saving any money here, folks. And that trillion will largely benefit billionaires. And from where does this budget take the money? Let's begin with the most glaring danger. This bill takes a wrecking ball to Medicaid, on which 1 in 5 Americans and 3 million Ohioans depend for medical care. Children, seniors in nursing homes, please come with me. Visit the nursing homes I represent. Veterans, yes, veterans, over 200,000 across our country. And people enduring physical and mental disabilities. Perhaps too many on the other side of the aisle have not had to endure life that has major challenges. Medicaid is a lifeline. And taking money from this program to hand out tax breaks to billionaires who simply don't need any more? This bill robs the needy to stuff the pockets of plutocrats. And it secures America as a nation of billionaires, by billionaires, and for billionaires. I've dedicated my service in Congress to defending Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid because I've seen what health insurance means in real people's lives. Medicaid means life or death. I challenge my Republican colleagues to come and meet with some of my constituents. Perhaps you represent a different segment of America. In Ohio, nearly 3 million people depend on Medicaid: children, seniors in nursing homes, people with disabilities, and you are putting them all at higher risk. Why give them more worry? Talk to a working mother with an autistic son. How does she make it? How does she make it? Healthcare is not a luxury. It is a basic human right. This bill's damage doesn't end with Medicaid. It delivers $2 trillion in permanent tax refunds to the wealthiest 1%. Don't they have enough? And to talk about tips and overtime, please. I'm from a working class family. These aren't even permanent, and they're a very small percent. of what this bill delivers to those who have multiple mansions all over the world, that have multiple aircraft all over the world, ships, those boats that they ride, whether it's in Italy or Switzerland or on the East Coast or West Coast. A truck driver, by contrast, who's earning maybe $80,000 a year, probably gets about $1,760 from this. But you know, where I live, housing prices have just skyrocketed. Childcare is unaffordable. Food prices in my area aren't going down, they're going up. And so due to those tariffs, which now impact the northern part of our country very heavily, because our largest trading partner is Canada, this proposal won't do anything to help the large number of people that I represent who make under $30,000 a year and depend on programs like Medicaid. In terms of food, let me just say with SNAP, what a travesty this is to cut those benefits to people. Food has become extremely expensive, and right now in the district
The gentlelady will
represent-
wrap up her remarks. You're a minute over, so I'm trying to move this along. So
Oh, thank you, sir.
That's
Let me
okay.
just say that on the food front, we already lack protein in the boxes that go to seniors. We can't balance the budget on the backs of those who are the least among us. Please reject this proposal and protect all of Americans,
thank
not
the
just the top
gentlelady
1%. Thank you, and I yield.
Ohio, and yield 3 minutes to Mr. Moore from the state of North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In November, the people made their voices heard. They were fed up with the status quo in Washington and demanded real change, and they expect us to deliver on it. They gave Congress a clear mandate to rein in out-of-control spending, to streamline the bloated bureaucracy, and to deal with our national debt. This bill will tackle the $36.4 trillion national debt. It's finally a step in the direction of doing that. And that's exactly what we're doing on this budget. President Trump's one big, beautiful bill puts an end to the waste of hard-earned taxpayer dollars, extends the pro-growth policies that will fuel American prosperity, and this process works. It will work here just like it's done in my home state and many other states. We know that the hardworking folks of this country are counting us to deliver on this. At the end of the day, this budget will achieve $4.2 trillion in savings. That is huge. For decades, Washington has simply not even focused on trying to save money. This bill finally does that. It also means that the debt to GDP ratio will decrease by 10 percentage points compared to the CBO baseline. But this bill goes even further. It cuts than cutting spending. It also expands the 2017 Trump tax cuts. If these key provisions were to expire, the average constituent in North Carolina would see a 21% tax hike. For a family of four, the median income, that's an additional income tax of $1,800. So this means relief for every American hurting from Biden's destruction of our economy. We've seen what's happened with high taxes and overspending. We saw that for 4 years, and the mess, the absolute mess that this president and this Congress inherited. We know that we have to, for example, extend or make permanent the small business deduction for the 76,000 small businesses in my district alone and in districts all around this country. If we don't do that, that's going to mean that they're going to have roughly a 23% increase in their taxes. Unbelievable. You know, the provisions in this bill are also going to unlock an estimated $1.5 trillion in additional small business GDP growth. In my district alone, there are 260 family-owned farms. This bill will make permanent the relief from the death tax. That ensures that these generational businesses can continue to grow and thrive without being penalized unfairly by taxation. President Trump's one big, beautiful bill is all about results. It creates jobs, it boosts wages, it grows the economy, and it encourages investment in America's future. We told the American people we would fight for them, and we are. The president's doing a tremendous job in the Middle East right now. Look at all the prosperity that's coming as a result of that. You know, strength through peace, peace through strength. Looking at getting all these countries to finally respect America again. He's doing his job. It's time we do ours. We need to pass this bill. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman and yield 3 minutes to my friend, Ms. Jayapal from the state of Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This bill is one big, beautiful betrayal of the working class and poor Americans who were told that Donald Trump would lower prices and make their lives easier. And despite both Trump and Speaker Mike Johnson telling the American people over and over again that they would not touch Medicaid, this bill makes at least $625 billion in cuts to Medicaid, and it kicks 13.7 million Americans off their health care. It makes life harder for most Americans, and it raises costs for basic economic needs. So you gotta ask why. Why are they doing this? It is all to give the richest Americans over $7 trillion in tax breaks, almost $300,000 tax break to anyone in the top 0.1 of 1% of the wealthiest, $68,000 tax break for anyone who's a millionaire. Nearly 70% of the bill's benefits go to the top 20% of the wealthiest Americans. But you, the person who relies on Medicaid, the most essential healthcare program in America that serves 72 million Americans, including 38 million kids, or the family that relies on nutrition assistance of literally just $2 per meal because you're hungry, you're out of luck. No money for your basic needs. Medicaid pays for nearly half of all births in the United States, including, by the way, a whopping 64% of the births in Speaker Johnson's home state of Louisiana. It pays for 60% of nursing home stays across the country. It makes it possible for kids to see a doctor when they get sick, for moms to afford the medications that their kids need, for parents to get necessary care for chronic conditions, and for seniors to get the long-term care they need. Meanwhile, this bill sacrifices all of that. Why? To increase profits for all the largest corporations, from the private immigration detention centers that get almost 4 times the amount of money that they used to get to illegally detain even U.S. citizens, to the giant multinational corporations that stash their profits overseas, and to big pharma CEOs. Basically, if you had a big corporate lobby right here in the halls of Congress, you get a tax break. Otherwise, you are shit out of luck. This bill is the perfect example of how America has never suffered from scarcity. We have always suffered from greed. Americans were promised lower prices and a better life, and instead, billionaires will get to buy another yacht, and the lives of working class and poor Americans will just get harder and harder. A vote for this bill is a vote for billionaires and kicking people off of Medicaid. I'm a hell no on this. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady, and now yield 3 minutes to my friend and fellow Texan who's done a fantastic job, played a key role in fashioning the initial framework we call the budget resolution. And I want to thank him for his service and his friendship. Mr. Chip Roy, 3 minutes.
I appreciate my friend from Texas, the chairman, and there my Democratic colleagues go again, telling things that are not true. The vast majority of Americans will get tax benefits under this bill. It's just simply false to say that that's not true. Hardworking Americans who will benefit from the standard deduction increase. Hardworking Americans that will benefit from child tax credits and lower tax rates. Stop saying things that aren't true. Those things are true. The fact is we have money in here for border to undo the damage of Joe Biden. We have more money in here for the defense to undo the damage of Joe Biden. But we also address Medicaid, and Medicaid spending goes up. Stop lying. Medicaid spending goes up. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are profoundly unserious when it comes to being real about what's happening with the numbers. I applaud Chairman Arrington. I applaud my colleagues on this side of the aisle for taking a step forward in dealing with the spending problem in this town. But I have to now admonish my colleagues on this side of the aisle. This bill falls profoundly short. It does not do what we say it does with respect to deficits. The fact of the matter is, on the spending, what we're dealing with here on tax cuts and spending, a massive front-loaded deficit increase. That's the truth. That's the truth. Deficits will go up in the first half of the 10-year budget window, and we all know it's true. And we shouldn't do that. We shouldn't say that we're doing something we're not doing. The fact of the matter is, this bill has backloaded savings and has front-loaded spending. Nowhere near the Senate budget top line, by the way. The Senate budget top line of $6.5 trillion, which, by the way, is what we were pre-COVID, inflation adjusted, on interest, on Medicaid, on Medicare and Social Security. And if we would reform Medicaid, we could actually get to the core of the problem. But we refuse to do it. And I'm not going to sit here and say that everything is hunky-dory when this is the budget committee. This is the budget committee. We are supposed to do something to actually result in balanced budgets, but we're not doing it. Look at what happens under deficits. By the way, this chart includes growth. This chart demonstrates economic growth. And right here, what do you see? Baseline, and the orange columns are the deficits under the House budget, assuming growth. Only in Washington are we expected to bet on the come that in 5 years, then everything will work. Then we will solve the problem. We have got to change the direction of this town. And to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, yes, that means touching Medicaid. It went from $400 billion in 2019 to $600 billion this year. It'll be over $1 trillion in the 2030s. We are making promises that we cannot keep. We do need to reform it. We need to stop giving 7 times as much money to the able-bodied over the vulnerable. Why are we sticking it to the vulnerable population, the disabled and the sick, to give money to single able-bodied male adults? We shouldn't do that. We should reform it. But guess what? That message needs to be delivered to my colleagues on this side of the aisle too. We are writing checks we cannot cash, and our children are going to pay the price. So I am a no on this bill unless serious reforms are made today, tomorrow, Sunday. We're having conversations as we speak, but something needs to change, or you're not going to get my support. I yield back.
We've done a pretty good job of conducting ourselves professionally. So if you got sidebar comments, either side, use your 3 minutes to sound off, okay?
Mr. Chair, we're not allowed to use the word lying about one another either, so that decorum should go both ways.
Well, I'd encourage people not to say that. Everybody's got to be responsible for the things that they say in this committee. But I also associate myself with Mr. Chip Roy. A whole lot of work is still left undone, and I look forward to joining him and making sure that we strengthen many of these spending reform measures before the ink dries. But with that, I recognize Ms. Judy Chu from California for 3 minutes.
Mr. Chair, there are millions of Americans today who live in fear that the benefits and resources they rely on today will be gone tomorrow. But rather than respond to the very real needs of their constituents in mind, Republicans are turning their backs on everyday Americans and the problems they face, and instead are forging ahead with a bill that will make their problems much, much worse. This bill is morally and fiscally reprehensible. Republicans are exploding the deficit and gutting the programs that our most vulnerable rely on just to hand trillions to the richest. With this bill, Republicans are literally taking food out of the mouths of the poor to feed the rich. Now, Republicans are claiming that this bill helps middle-class people with their meager measures like lifting the tax on tips and overtime. But guess what? These provisions expire. But the tax giveaways to billionaires, they are permanent. And what happens when the expirations do happen? Well, all we have to do is look at the Joint Committee on Taxation's distributional analysis. Yes, they are nonpartisan, and they have looked at what will happen down the line. 6 years from now, when those provisions expire in 2031, the poorest 20% of taxpayers in our country will owe an astonishing 455% more in federal taxes. Comprehend that, 455% more. That very same year, the top 5% richest in our country will see their taxes go down by 7%. A huge profit for people who don't need it. Republicans are selling out the American people, taking money out of their pockets, ripping away health care from 14 million people that had ACA and Medicaid coverage, and letting millions go hungry. And for what? To hand out trillions in tax cuts to corporations and the rich on the backs of struggling Americans? If that isn't reprehensible, I don't know what is. Today, I think of my constituent Nancy from Pasadena, who has stage 5 kidney failure. She relies on Medicaid, SNAP, and Social Security to keep a roof over her head, food on her table, and continue her treatment. Nancy deserves better, and all of my constituents deserve better, and so do yours. I oppose this Republican budget scam, and I will never vote to kick my constituents like Nancy off their health care. This is shameful, and I say no to this bill. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady from California and now yield 3 minutes to the pride of the Palmetto State, Mr. Ralph Norman.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for the job you've done on the Budget Committee. You've held fast. You've kept this committee going, and I just want to thank you and give you the credit for it. Great leadership. To my left, for my friends on the left, let me classify it this way. You're being untruthful. You can say however you want to say, but to say we're cutting Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security is simply untruthful. You cannot cut Social Security anyway. And, you know, what this boils down to is a complete, we're operating on two different universes. You think the tax money is yours, government is your God, and that's what your bottom line that you have. You supported an administration and Joe Biden that train wrecked this country by letting 15 to 20 million illegals in this country where we have paid a price and are continuing to pay a price. Now, where are we on this bill? The tax cuts are great. The tax money is the taxpayers, not the government bureaucracy. And what we're dealing with now is so many good things that are happening. You can use class warfare, rich, poor, black, white. You're off base. 77 million people told you were off base, and you're still off base. But here's the questions I would ask, and Mr. Chairman, I know you know this. Is it right for healthy, able-bodied Americans that could work, that don't work? It's over 25 million healthy, able-bodied Americans that don't work. Is it right for them to have a paycheck? I don't think so. Is it right if you're an illegal alien, which the right side of this aisle, my Democrat friends led in this country, if you're an illegal, is it right to have illegals cashing checks with money we don't have? And to phase this in for 4 years, we're telling a healthy body, healthy American that you got 4 years to get a job? No, the payment stops now. If you're an illegal, the payment stops now. On the IRA, a lot of these credits have been in existence for 30 and 40 years. And you're talking about giveaways. We want to help those who really need help. And that's what we are. That's the heart of this. Sadly, I'm a hard no until we get this ironed out. And I think we can. We made progress, but it just takes time. And it's time that if we're going to continue to have just what I mentioned, able-bodied Americans getting checks, illegals getting checks, subsidies that go to corporations that shouldn't get them, I'm out. So thank you Mr. Chairman, again, for what you've done, and thank you for this Budget Committee. I yield.
I thank the gentleman from South Carolina and now yield to Mr. Paul Tonko from New York for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in strong opposition to this big, cruel, immoral, irresponsible, deficit-driving bill. You know, it was worth it to endure approximately 26 hours of the Energy and Commerce markup on this bill. It's what we're supposed to be doing here, fighting against the forces that want to make everyday Americans sicker, hungrier, and poorer. Unfortunately, those forces are the Republican majority, the President of the United States, and the richest individuals known to man. On top of the countless constitutional crises, in the throes of a housing and cost of living emergency, and in the face of catastrophic climate change, Congress is set to make the largest cuts to health care, food assistance, and environmental policy in American history. We're also apparently going to give another massive win to all the big tech oligarchs who paid millions of dollars to buy access to the Trump administration. It's clear that instead of serving the American people, Republicans are here to serve big business interests and tech industry executives. Executives who, mind you, want to move us away from liberal democracy and toward an authoritarian system where they rule supreme. Right now, millions of Americans lack access to clean drinking water at home. So what is the Republican agenda to fix that? Infringe on state rights to regulate AI, an industry that is on the track to consume more water than small countries. For 10 years, all while children are killing themselves at the behest of chatbots, AI-generated bot farms are pushing disinformation globally, and our energy grids are already strained beyond capacity. And this AI gift is not even budgetary, as my colleagues on Energy and Commerce successfully put on the record. There are too many things wrong with this bill. 13.7 million Americans will have their health care ripped away. Kids, seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities will go hungry. Communities relying on IRA energy tax credits to create a clean, independent future will be left abandoned while big oil and gas make out like bandits. It's an unprecedented transfer of wealth from the American working class to the richest and most powerful people on the planet. Families in my district and across our country are hurting. And you don't fix the cost of living crisis by punishing the people already bearing the brunt. One thing's for certain, Mr. Chair, I will not stop fighting for my constituents and all of the Americans whose lives will be destroyed by this monstrosity of a bill. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from New York and now yield 3 minutes to my friend from Oklahoma, Mr. Josh Burkeen is not here. Okay. Okay. Josh, you ready to go? Okay. Mr. Andrew Clyde from the state of Georgia for 3 minutes. Andrew Clyde, not, y'all quit whispering people's names in my ears who aren't in the chamber, if you would, so I don't look like I don't know what the hell's going on in my committee. Golly.
Yeah, you're in Andrew's.
Hi, Mom.
Is that a habit?
Proud day for my mama. Okay. Who wants to go over there on this side? Josh Burkeen.
I'm happy to take
from
the
North
time
Texas.
on their behalf and correct some of the things that we've
I'm going to
heard.
start yielding y'all's time to the Democrats. Y'all do this to me again.
No.
Now,
I accept.
being the most popular Republican chair for Democrats is not will not bode well for my future. Mr. Josh Burkeen from Oklahoma, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, apart from being someone that represents Christ in the way that I operate in this building and being a good husband and a great father to my children, something stands out to me more so than anything else in the way that I conduct my life. It is to be a person of truth. And I think as some of us are having real consternations this morning because of feeling like that there is truth on both sides. We had a blueprint, but there's also truth in the fact that $50 billion was added that is not a part of the blueprint. And so was the instructions fully met? It's truth that that element is lacking, and that has to be reconciled, not in truth with what the blueprint laid out. The second part, to be a person of truth, has to be the scores. And when you look at, because that's the decision before us today, are we, as people of truth, do these scores pan out? And what I saw happen in Oklahoma in my time in the state legislative body, trying to repeal wind tax credits, 60 lobbyists from other countries, Italy, Spain involved, diverged on the Capitol, and it took from the 90s, as Governor Keating discussed in the 2018 era when we were trying to repeal these, it was never intended to last as long as it did. And it was always the promise to end many years from now, which never materialized. And so when we've got a measure that says start date for ending is 4 years from now, and we also have elements of this as it currently stands that says you can enter a project in 2031 as a wind production entity and still be receiving taxpayer subsidies by 2040, to be a person of truth, I know what's going to happen. I know there are going to be lobbyists that are going to descend on this building. We'll get the savings up front. And years from now, when President Trump, who rightfully so is a champion for Indian, as he calls it, the Green New Scam, is no longer in office, this is designed, I'm sorry, but I think it's purposely designed. And I'm not challenge anybody's character. I am grateful to a speaker. I am grateful to a chairman of this committee. I am grateful to a leader that's engaging with us right now to try to figure this stuff out, to get to the truth. But I just want for my committee members to know my consternation, because as Patrick Henry once said, I have but one lamp by which my feet are guided. It's the lamp of experience. I know no other way to foretell the future than by the past. And until we get these timelines corrected, where it's a true repeal of wind and solar that is undermining our electric grid. 60% of all new generation in the last 2 years, according to the Energy Information Administration, is wind and solar. So, and the super majority of components on solar, it's 61% of it's solar, and the super majority of those components are coming from China, undermining natural gas jobs all over this country. We have to fix this. I appreciate a chairman, speaker, and a leader right now as we're even talking, trying to figure this out so I can be a person of truth. Thank you. I yield.
I thank the gentleman from Oklahoma, who is indeed a person of truth. Now, we yield 3 minutes to our colleague, Mr. Morgan McGarvey from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the old saying goes, you're entitled to your own opinions, but not your own facts. My colleagues across the aisle pretend this bill does not drive up our national debt, but even Thomas Massey, Josh Hawley, conservative think tanks, and now Representative Roy admit the obvious truth. This budget drives up our national debt by trillions. Also, Donald Trump's billionaire donor buddies pay less and less in taxes. I strongly oppose this Republican tax plan, not just because it's bad budgetary policy, and it is bad policy, but because at every turn, Republicans have chosen debt over decency and cruelty over compassion. They've chosen to make those on the margins, our children, our seniors, and those who have the least, poorer, sicker, and hungrier. It's immoral. Their tax plan further increases wealth inequity. Under this plan, families in Kentucky who earn $24,000 a year will get a $70 tax break, enough for a tank of gas or two. But a family in the richest 0.1% gets a $255,000 tax break, enough for a new Lamborghini. And it keeps getting better for the richest of the rich. Republicans make the tax cuts for billionaires permanent. But get this, the tax cuts for working families temporary, ensuring that in 2029, taxes will actually go up for those who work for a living. And in the same bill that exempts gun accessories from taxes, Republicans make Medicaid patients pay a sick tax every time they go to the doctor. That's assuming they still have their Medicaid, because the Republican plan will strangle Kentuckians in so much red tape that 640,000 adults in the Commonwealth will be at risk of losing their health care. And it's not just taking you off your Medicaid. If you live in Kentucky and you get your family's health insurance through Connect, Republicans are raising your premiums by an average of $700 a year. A budget is a statement of morals, and Republicans have made their morals clear. They care more about driving you and our country into debt to give Donald Trump's donors permanent tax breaks. To pay for it, kids in Kentucky will go hungry. Nursing homes and hospitals will close, and millions of Americans will be kicked off their health insurance. It's wrong. I'm voting no. I implore my colleagues to do the same. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Kentucky, and now yield 3 minutes to my friend from Georgia, Mr. Andrew Clyde. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Republicans have a once-in-a-decade opportunity to deliver real conservative change in Washington. This Congress has laid out bold priorities for President Trump's one big, beautiful bill, including tax relief for working families and small businesses, major investments in border security, strengthening our military, unleashing American energy, reforming federal health programs to protect the most vulnerable, and restoring Second Amendment rights. We're also committed to ensuring the final package is fiscally responsible, right-sizing government, and putting our fiscal future back on track. Unfortunately, the current version falls short of these goals and fails to deliver the transformative change that Americans were promised. Substantive improvements are needed, and I look forward to working with this committee and our House Republican Conference to make sure we deliver. As an ardent Second Amendment defender, I've always promised to defend my constitutions, my constituents' Second Amendment rights. Today, excise taxes, specifically transfer and making taxes, are imposed on every firearm regulated under the National Firearms Act of 1934. As Chief Justice John Marshall warned in 1819, the power to tax involves the power to destroy, and he was absolutely right. These taxes have enabled unconstitutional regulation and registration under the National Firearms Act, exemplified by the Biden administration's dangerous pistol brace rule, which turned millions of law-abiding gun owners, many of them veterans, into felons overnight. The House now has a historic opportunity to repeal the burdensome taxation, registration, and regulation of short-barreled firearms, both rifles and shotguns, and suppressors under the National Firearms Act. The American people are watching. It is time to deliver. Additionally, House Republicans must put Medicaid on a sustainable path by refocusing the program on the truly vulnerable: single mothers, pregnant women, disabled Americans, children, and the elderly. Yet taxpayers in non-expansion states, like my constituents in Northeast Georgia, are unfairly footing the bill for excessive Medicaid spending in blue states. Currently, the federal government matches $1.33 for every $1 that states spend for these core vulnerable populations. But under Obamacare's Medicaid expansion, the federal government pays $9 for every $1 spent on largely able-bodied, working-aged adults that simply will not work. That's unacceptable. It's time Republicans prioritize Medicaid for the vulnerable over the able-bodied. Unfortunately, the current reconciliation package fails to reverse this misguided funding scheme that undermines care for the most vulnerable, the very people Medicaid was originally intended to help. For these reasons, I am unable to support this package in its current form, but I look forward to strengthening this bill to ensure that it does pass, so that we fulfill all of our America First promises to the American people. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Georgia and now yield 3 minutes to our friend Mr. Amo from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair Arrington, it took 8 days for Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin to land on the moon. It took 52 days for Thomas Jefferson to draft and our founders to sign the Declaration of Independence. And it took 92 days for Republicans to concoct a plan to kick over 13 million people off health care, gut food assistance for about 11 million people, and steal the dream of higher education for over 4 million people, just to help the wealthiest in our country pad their pockets. When Republicans started this process in February, I said the budgets are a reflection of values. We were told, wait and see. And now the world can see those cruel values on full display. In this very room, Republicans claimed that they are fighting to strengthen Medicaid and don't have to touch a dime of the program's benefits. But it guts Medicaid as we know it and will lead to hospital and nursing home closures. This budget also takes food off the plates of hungry families. Majority Whip Emmer claimed this bill closes loopholes within SNAP. That's just not true. It makes it harder for about 21,000 Rhode Islanders to put food on their table. President Trump said, I will rapidly drive prices down and we will make America affordable again. This bill will not. It makes healthcare more costly, food more inaccessible, and college more expensive. And all of this is to give tax breaks to their billionaire buddies like Elon Musk. Republicans claim this bill will make American families and workers thrive again. Yet, a household earning less than $15,000 a year will see their taxes skyrocket by nearly 19%, while a millionaire will save $82,000 on their taxes. This does not help American families and workers thrive. Republicans say this is one big, beautiful bill. Look, I'll concede this bill is big, but it's as beautiful as a pig with lipstick. It's a broken promise and a betrayal of the American people. I urge all to vote no, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Rhode Island. We've gone through all the opening statements. I do want to ask you to join me in congratulating Mr. Brandon Gill, who's a daddy for the second time. Just had a baby, when was it, last Friday? So congratulations to you and your wife, Danielle, on baby Winston, who's going to help us solve Social Security and Medicare. one worker per retiree at a time.
The applause was for his wife. Just want to make that clear.
Yes. Okay, if any other member would like to submit a written statement for the record, I'll hold the record open to the end of the day to accommodate those members who may not have prepared written statements. We will now proceed with reporting this bill to the House. The clerk will now report the title of the measure to be reported.
A bill to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of House Concurrent Resolution 14.
And then we're going to motion. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill is considered as read. Section 310 of the Congressional Budget Act of 74 requires the Budget Committee to report the reconciliation bill to the House, quote, without any substantive revision, end of quote. The consideration of the amendments to the bill is prohibited, and therefore motions to amend the bill will not be entertained. I now recognize Vice Chairman, Mr. Lloyd Smucker of Pennsylvania, for a motion to order the reconciliation bill reported.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the Committee on the Budget order reported the One Big Beautiful Bill Act with the recommendation that the bill do pass.
The question is ordering the One Big Beautiful Bill Act to be reported favorably to the House. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
And we will ask for a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to the bipartisan unanimous consent agreement. We will postpone this roll call vote until later in the markup. Now we will follow a longstanding custom of this committee and entertain 4 motions to instruct in the order specified in the agreed-upon list made available to the members. Pursuant to the agreement I made with Ranking Member Boyle, debate on these motions will be limited to 10 minutes, equally divided, 1 minute reserved for the proponent to close. If the chairman and ranking member agree, then the debate time on each of these amendments can be shortened. Don't know what that means, but without objection so ordered. I would also like to remind members that these motions do not actually amend the reported bill and are not binding on the Rules Committee. Is there a motion to instruct?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Motion, excuse me, I have a motion at the desk.
The motion's at the desk. Clerk will report the motion. Staff will distribute copies of the motion.
A motion offered by Representative Ballant. Ms. Ballant moves that the Committee on the Budget direct its chairman to request on behalf of the committee that the rule for consideration of the bill make an order and amendment to strike all sections of the bill estimated by the Congressional Budget Office to increase the number of individuals without health insurance.
Representative Ballant, if you're ready,
Thank you,
you're
Mr.
now
Chair.
recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm offering this motion today because we have to draw the line. Americans have told us they do not want cuts to Medicaid. Medicaid covers over 1 in 5 Americans. Medicaid covers seniors in nursing homes, children with disabilities, low-income parents, and working people who simply cannot afford private health insurance. These aren't abstract numbers. These are the people we know. These are the people in our communities. These are the people in our families. If this budget passes, millions of these people will be stripped of health care. That means missed cancer screenings. That means no insulin. It means that they are having trouble getting their medications and their treatments. It means kids with asthma go without medication. It means shutting down rural hospitals and nursing homes, the closing of meal programs and mental health resources at schools. Passing this budget means fewer residency programs to train our next generation of healthcare workers, an issue I know that regardless of your district that you care about. This isn't about reducing the deficit. We've all covered that earlier. It's offensive at this point to be moving forward with cutting Medicaid, throwing people off their health insurance, as I said, when 81% of Americans have said, we don't want this. What are we doing here? They don't want this. This isn't about working Americans. This budget is about something entirely different, which is giving breaks to people who don't need it. Once again, I urge my colleagues to reject this cruelty, and I yield the balance of my time to the member, Ms. Watson-Coleman.
Mr. Chairman,
I support everything that my colleague has just said. I think I just need to amplify the fact that this is one of the most torturous, mean, and cruel things that we could do to the neediest in our country. In my district alone, it affects 128,000 people, 60,000 of whom are children. This makes our country sicker. This makes our country poorer, and this creates a shorter lifespan for those who could be enjoying life more if we had the commitment to serving their needs through health care. This is not a privilege, this is a right, and Republicans are denying us our rights. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady and now ask if there are any members who would like to claim. Do you need?
Oh, no.
Okay. Would like,
I can yield back unless my ranker needs to speak on this.
No, that's fine.
Okay. Are there any members who'd like to claim time in opposition to this motion?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Buddy Carter, who is the chair of the Healthcare Subcommittee on the Energy and Commerce Committee, the floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, as Republicans have said from day one, we're committed to reducing waste, fraud, and abuse within federal health care programs like Medicaid. Why? Because every dollar that is wasted or lost to fraud or abuse is a dollar that should have been spent providing health care coverage to the most vulnerable, the Americans that Medicaid was designed to serve. Medicaid was designed to support America's most vulnerable, the low income, pregnant women, children, those with disabilities, and the elderly, the aged, blind, disabled. Despite that commitment, Democrats have created a system where states are rewarded for diverting limited federal Medicaid dollars to cover illegal immigrants and able-bodied adults who choose not to work. The Obamacare Medicaid expansion allowed states such as California to steer Medicaid funds to illegal immigrants. This year, California will spend $8.4 billion on Medicaid coverage for illegals. Per the gentlewoman from Vermont's amendment, of the $7.6 million that CBO projects to lose health insurance, our colleagues at the Energy and Commerce Committee, which I serve on, report that 4.8 million are able-bodied adults refusing to work. 1.4 million are illegal immigrants. 1.2 million are people who are already ineligible to receive Medicaid benefits under existing law. And 200,000 are CBO's anticipated future Medicaid enrollees, not people currently covered under the program. This is why I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield the remaining of my time to the gentlelady from Indiana.
Thank you. We are committed to ensuring that vulnerable Americans are protected, that Medicaid is designed to support, that they get the help they need. Every dollar spent on illegal immigrants and those refusing to work is a dollar not spent on people who need it most. It's a dollar taken away from the pregnant mother seeking necessary care. We should not forget that this bill also reinvests these savings to expand access to health care for all Americans. This bill greatly expands health savings accounts, allowing more Americans the opportunity to save tax-free dollars to cover their out-of-pocket costs. The bill gives employers of all sizes more tools to expand health care coverage options. And the bill invests in new cures and physician pay to ensure that Americans can access high-quality health care at the pharmacy counter and at the doctor's office. Republicans are pursuing common-sense solutions to rein in waste, fraud, and abuse in federal health care programs like Medicaid. The bill ensures that federal health programs work for the most vulnerable by making sure taxpayer dollars are not siphoned off to fund illegal immigrants, fraudsters, and people refusing to work. And instead, it redirects those dollars to help taxpayers and improve access to affordable, high-quality health care. I urge a no vote, and I yield back.
In the remainder of the time, I'd like to say a few words on this subject, because if you listen to my Democrat colleagues, you would think we were, gutting the program and throwing people off and leaving them uninsured. Here's the reality. The American people sent us here to steward their tax dollars, and they suspect we're not doing a very good job of it, and they're right. They also expect us to make sure that we have a sustainable safety net for the most vulnerable Americans into the future. It is nowhere close to being sustainable, like many programs in this government. And the first place to start, is to stop the improper payments, which not according to me, but GAO over the last 10 years has been over $500 billion. In 2023, it was $50 billion in 1 year. That's waste, fraud, and abuse. Tens of billions of those dollars in abuse have gone to people who are in this country illegally. Now, this is just one number, but according to Numbers USA, the total cost of social services to people here illegally is $9,000 per illegal immigrant. That's more than we spend on American citizens who are in need of the safety net of Medicaid. That is unconscionable. There are a lot of other reasons that I don't have time to articulate that we have to do the deep rooting out of waste in this program. And it's unacceptable that the largest means-tested welfare program of almost 100, with a total cost of about $1.5 trillion in the people's government, has no requirement for able-bodied people to work. That should be a baseline expectation for people who can and are able to work. So I'm proud of the work that my colleagues are doing. We can do more, but this is a good start, and I yield now for the closing comment of my colleague, Ms. Ballin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have to ask my colleagues, have you talked to your rural hospitals? Have you talked to your rural healthcare providers? Because I have been on the phone for months now. They are very, very concerned about cuts to Medicaid and how it will close rural healthcare facilities. Rural healthcare facilities are reliant on Medicaid dollars to stay open. And those of us who represent rural areas, you know, healthcare outcomes for people who live in rural areas are the worst in the nation. So whether you live in Vermont or whether you live in Kentucky or you live in rural Indiana, your rural healthcare providers need Medicaid dollars to keep those facilities open. So I urge you to think carefully before you support this budget, because you're hurting your own people back home and their access to healthcare. I yield back. Thank you.
I thank the gentlelady from Vermont, and now the question once again is, the question now is on agreeing to the motion offered by Ms. Ballin. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I ask for a recorded vote.
A roll call vote is requested pursuant to the bipartisan unanimous consent agreement. We will postpone the roll call votes until later in the market.
Thank you.
Thank the gentlelady. Now, is there a motion to instruct?
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion at the desk.
Motion is at the desk. Clerk will report the motion. Staff will distribute copies of the motion. Mr. Clerk.
A motion offered by Representative Amo. Mr. Amo moves that the Committee on the Budget direct its chairman to request on behalf of the committee that the rule for consideration of the bill make an order an amendment to implement President Trump's request to raise the income tax rate for millionaires.
Okay, let me just give a little time for the distribution. I'm going to come back to you. 4 minutes and then 1 to close, okay? Okay, Mr. Amo, if you're ready, 4 minutes, and then we'll give 5 to the opposing side if there is one, and then you'll close with 1 minute. Mr. Amo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last Friday, President Trump called for a tiny tax increase on the rich by raising the top tax rate back to 39.6%. But the bill before us today fails to fulfill the president's call to action. In fact, it makes a lower rate of 37% permanent. So my motion is simple. It makes good on the president's request. In his joint address to Congress, the president promised to pass tax cuts for everybody. Yet the bill before us today certainly does not benefit everybody. A household that is barely scraping by, earning less than $15,000 a year, will see their taxes skyrocket by nearly 19% under this bill. That is, in fact, no tax cut. But a millionaire, they will see another $82,000 in their pocket in 2027. You heard right. Republicans will increase taxes on our most vulnerable Americans while making the rich even richer. Instead of offsetting their tax scheme for the richest 1% by closing tax loopholes, Republicans are kicking over 13 million Americans off their health insurance and taking away nutrition assistance from children. That's right, they are making healthcare inaccessible and letting children go hungry. This isn't what the American people need or want. So if Republicans wanted to help working people, they would fulfill President Trump's request to raise the income tax rate for millionaires. They would not be focused on making the rich even richer. With that, I yield 2 minutes to Congresswoman Omar.
Thank you, Congressman. I said this in my opening statement, and it bears repeating. If enacted, this would be the largest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich in U.S. history. This bill, like we've been talking about, has a record $715 billion in cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. Nearly 14 million Americans would lose health care coverage, not because they're ineligible, but because of the cruel red tape designed to push them out. And why are we punishing sick moms and children? So that the top 0.1% can get as much as the bottom half combined in America. My Republican colleagues will claim that these tax cuts are for everyone. Sure, there are tiny and temporary scraps for everyone else, and I do mean tiny. People earning less than $50,000 a year will see less than $1 in benefits. But if you are a billionaire, you could have $700 a day. Now, when those tax benefits for working people vanish under the weight of the higher taxes and deep program cuts, guess who will still come out ahead? The wealthy and the well-connected. Millionaires and billionaires will get their massive tax cuts. They are permanent. Now, I know that there are Republicans here who agree that this is unfair. It's wasteful and fiscally reckless. The last people who need another taxpayer subsidy are the ultra-rich. So let's raise the top tax rate for those who can afford it and pass this common sense motion. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady and ask if there are any members who wish to oppose.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Ron Estes from Kansas.
Mr. Chairman, this motion to instruct is based on several false premises about the bill and the fiscal state of our nation. First, let me address the notion that we have a revenue problem. This is a tired and false claim that the left continues to use because they don't like the idea of tackling our greatest issue, spending. Tax revenue has consistently been in the 15 to 16% GDP range, whereas spending has ballooned to 24% of GDP. Countless Inspector General's report and independent studies have concluded that Washington wastes taxpayer dollars in virtually every agency across the government. And it's a bipartisan talking point that even Presidents Clinton, Obama, and Biden have used to get elected, stating they would root out waste, fraud, and abuse. Yet it's only Republicans who have committed to meaningfully addressing this issue. Since Republicans passed our Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017, revenue has actually increased by nearly 50%, but spending has outpaced it, rising by 70%. The notion that we need to increase taxes is false and deceiving to the American people. We need to address our spending problem. And let's not forget what happened when my Democrat colleagues pushed through more federal dollars into our economy with the so-called American Rescue Plan and the so-called Inflation Reduction Act. A misnomer meant to mislead the public. Inflation skyrocketed, and any so-called relief that we're getting from the government was being eaten up by the higher prices that outpaced wages. Instead of rising taxes and redistributing wealth, the better solution is to simply let Americans keep more of their hard-earned money and keep inflation low. Additionally, my friends on the other side of the aisle like to create a boogeyman out of successful Americans. The catchphrase, tax the rich, is used to divide Americans and promote the false narrative that if only the wealthiest paid a little more in taxes, all the nation's problems could be magically solved. But the problem with their narrative is that it's simply not based on fact. Economist and former member of President Ronald Reagan's Economic Policy Advisory Board, Art Laffer, pointed out in a 2024 op-ed that there's an inverse relationship between the tax rates and taxes paid. Right now, the top 1% pay nearly 46% of all taxes, up from 40% before TCJA cut the effective highest rate. But when the tax rate was 70% at the end of the Carter administration, the top 1% of taxpayers only shouldered about 19% of the taxes paid. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit the op-ed by Art Laffer for the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman, we already have a highly progressive tax system. Let's not forget how tax rates compare. The lowest tax rates for the lowest earners in this country is 10%. The top rate is already much higher at 37%. Let's not forget what the policies of TCJA did for the middle class. Real wages for the bottom 10% grew nearly twice as fast as the top 10%, and real wealth at the bottom 50% of households rose 3 times faster than that at the top 1%. The 2017 tax reforms led to $5,000 increases in real household income, 5 million new jobs, and higher investment across the country. This motion to instruct misrepresents the bill's priorities. It's a bill for real Americans, not the coastal elite or wealthy. It includes no taxes on tips, overtime, or car loan interest. It expands the child tax credit and provides relief from an inflationary burden of the last 4 years. It saves the average American $1,700, the equivalent of about 9 weeks of groceries. It increases real take-home pay for a median income household with 2 children by roughly $4,000 to $5,000, and it raises real wages by $2,100 to $3,300 per worker. Those making between $30,000 and $80,000 would pay around 15% less in taxes in 2027 under the Republican tax bill, the report by the nonpartisan Joint Committee Taxation shows. And the bill does so much more. Mr. Umo's amendment's a misguided political talking point about the momentum promised by this legislation. We should stay focused on growth, opportunity, and middle-class prosperity, not on reviving failed tax the rich policies. I urge a no vote. I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Carey.
I'd like to thank my colleague for allowing me this time, and I'm probably going to blow right by that. But first, I just want to say that this motion misrepresents the bill's priorities. It is a political gesture and ignores the facts. And when all these false statements and talking points, catchy phrases, some of which we heard from my dear colleagues, vulgar, when all of that falls into the dust of history, the clear list of example will show through like sunshine. First off, this bill is not about protecting the wealthy. It is about delivering real relief to workers, families, seniors, small businesses. Now, I had one of my colleagues that mentioned that these billionaire tanning bed owners were donating lots of money. I don't know about you, but in Sydney, Ohio, Troy, Ohio, Grove City, I'd be hard-pressed to find somebody who's a billionaire that has a salon that has a tanning bed. So let's just give you some of the facts. 92% of the people in Ohio's 15th congressional district would see their guaranteed deduction slashed in half if we do not pass this bill.
20 seconds, Mr. Carey, please.
The other thing, child tax credit. If it reverts back, that would be $1,000 from the $2,000 that we did in 2017. But we did more. We had an additional $500. Look, this bill is good, a $4,000 tax deduction for our seniors. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Mr. Amo, you get an extra minute. You got 2 minutes to close, and you can ask anybody on your side if they want to comment.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, my motion is simple. It will add a modicum of sanity to this dangerous bill. And then on the topic of revenues, let's be very, very clear. Revenues have generally been flat and haven't kept up with the increasing spending demands driven by our aging population and resulting in increasing costs on mandatory spending. And so Had the Bush tax cuts, their extenders, and the Trump tax cuts not happened, we would have $10 trillion more in revenue than in current law, and revenue levels would have better kept pace with spending. So this motion fulfills a request from the president, but by implementing his proposal to raise the income tax for millionaires. We may be able to agree on this, but it is the case that this motion won't solve everything. This big bill is still big bad. This Republican bill still strips healthcare from over 13 million Americans and puts 1 in 4 SNAP recipients at risk of losing benefits. It's still a betrayal of the American people. But my motion will make this bill slightly less fiscally irresponsible. So I urge my colleagues to fulfill President Trump's wish to make the rich pay their fair share. I yield back.
I think the gentleman, Mr. Amo, he yields back. The question's on agreeing. The motion offered by Mr. Amo. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I request a recorded vote.
All votes requested pursuant to bipartisan consent agreement. We postpone that vote to the end of the markup. Is there another motion to instruct?
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion at the desk.
Mr. McGarvey has a motion, and if the clerk would read the motion, the report on the motion, and staff distribute copies, then we'll get right to it. Let's give it about 30 seconds.
A motion offered by Representative McGarvey. Mr. McGarvey moves that the Committee on the Budget direct its chairman to request on behalf of the committee that the rule for consideration of the bill make an order and amendment to strike all sections of the bill estimated by the Congressional Budget Office to reduce participation in the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program.
Mr. McGarvey, you have 4 minutes and then 1 to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My motion instructs the chairman to strike every Republican provision that will kick Americans off SNAP, our nation's premier anti-hunger program. 115,000 people in Jefferson County, Kentucky woke up this morning not knowing where their next meal was going to come from. There's 750,000 people in the Commonwealth of Kentucky in the same situation. 200,000 of them are just kids. For many of these families, federal food assistance through SNAP is not a luxury, it's a lifeline. And Republicans are using this bill to tear that lifeline away. Their budget doesn't just cut SNAP, no. It's the largest cut ever proposed in the history of the SNAP program. It will make 11 million people go hungry, including children, seniors, veterans, adults with disabilities, even single moms. And they're not stopping at kicking eligible people out of the program. Their bill would shift billions of SNAP spending onto the states. My state of Kentucky would have to come up with $190 million to prevent cuts to services. Just so you know, that's equivalent to the cost of paying 2,354 Kentucky public school teachers. That is a gap we simply cannot fill. It is unconscionable in the same bill in which Republicans do so much to ease the tax burden on billionaires while offering only a pittance to working people, in which they work so hard to take health care away from working families and children, that they now come for their next meal too. At this time, I'd like to yield to my colleague, Ms. Kaptur.
Thank you very much for yielding, Mr. McGarvey. I rise in very strong support of the McGarvey motion to dismiss cruel proposed cuts and policy changes to the SNAP program. These cuts would hit working families the hardest, parents juggling multiple jobs, hourly workers trying to make ends meet, and caregivers who already stretch every dollar to the limit just to put food on the table. The bill punishes people who are doing their best. It imposes expanded and burdensome work requirements of those already working, and it shifts federal costs onto states already struggling to serve their communities. Then it hands trillions in tax breaks and refunds to the wealthiest Americans. Let's be clear, food is not a luxury, it is fundamental to life. Gutting food assistance for those working hardest just to get by is not the American way forward. Reject these harmful provisions, stand up for working families, remove these short-sighted, unjust, and cruel food cuts. I urge my colleagues to support this motion, defend the dignity and health of the American people. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. Is there There any member would like to claim time in opposition to the motion?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Klein from Virginia, look, you have 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman, and I want to make clear from the start that this bill, despite the allegations from the other side, does not cut SNAP benefits. The SNAP reforms included in this bill reflect our commitment on this side to restoring accountability to the program and prioritizing work. We agree it is a vital nutrition assistance program, but it ultimately must be strengthened and it must protect those benefits for the truly needy. I think we would all agree. I don't know, the other side might, but SNAP spending is currently unsustainable. Since 2019, SNAP rolls have increased by 17% from 36 million to 42 million today, and the overall cost of the program has grown by 83%, ballooning from 60 billion to 110 billion annually. Making matters worse, as the program cost has ballooned, so have its improper payments. Payments to people who should not, to states for administering a program to people who should not be receiving it. In 2024, USDA reported 10.5 billion in improper payments, representing 11.7% of total SNAP spending. Some states exceed that significantly. In 2023, New Jersey had a state error rate of 35%. Alaska had a state error rate of 60%. 60% errors. Because SNAP is 100% funded by the federal government, there's minimal incentive for states to control these costs and enhance program integrity. By introducing a modest cost share model, this bill would incentivize states to reduce fraud and would more closely align SNAP with federally funded state-administered programs. This bill would also restore integrity to work requirements in SNAP. Yes, there are work requirements in SNAP, but due to abuse of waiver authorities, only 16% of able-bodied adults without dependents meet existing work requirements. 4 states, including California and Illinois, have full waivers in place, so no work requirements. This bill strengthens existing work requirements and closes loopholes to encourage work-capable households to make more responsible choices. And finally, let me reiterate, this bill does not cut benefits. The reforms included simply strengthen the program's integrity and ensure it's fulfilling Congress's original intent. The sections targeted by this motion are not arbitrary cuts. They are essential corrections, carefully considered and debated. This committee must ensure that SNAP serves the truly vulnerable, not sustain broken systems, as this motion to instruct would allow. So I urge a no vote, and I yield my time back to the chairman.
That's 2 extra minutes. I'm gonna show some
That'll make
self-restraint.
up for-
I'm showing I'll make up for
All
me
right.
not managing it well. So, Mr. McGarvey, you got a minute to close, and then we'll go on to the next motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We just heard contradictory statements. You heard someone say that there's going to be no cuts to SNAP, but then the spending isn't sustainable. So guess what they're going to do? They're cutting it. This bill cuts SNAP. More than a policy document. A budget is a moral document. It's not just a statement of our values, but a reflection of what and whom we value. On this question, I'm instructed by my faith. And my faith teaches me that when we reach that final judgment, we will be asked what we did for the least of our brothers and sisters. Whether when we saw a hungry man, we gave him something to eat. This bill fails that moral question. And I urge my colleagues to support my motion, to reject these cruel cuts to our premier anti-hunger program and help our kids and seniors. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Questions on agreeing to the motion offered by Mr. McGarvey. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
We request a
Recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested pursuant to our agreement. We'll postpone that vote until the end of the hearing. Is there another motion to instruct?
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion at the desk.
Ms. Jayapal has a motion. The clerk will report the motion while staff distributes copies. So give us about 30 seconds.
A motion offered by Representative Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal moves that the Committee on the Budget direct its chairman to request on behalf of the committee that the rule for consideration of the bill include a point of order prohibiting the use of a current policy baseline to estimate the effects of a future amendment between the Houses or conference report on the bill.
Ms. Jayapal, you have 4 minutes, then you'll have the 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My motion calls for a point of order to prevent Republicans from using a budget trick to falsely lower estimates for the extreme cost of this Republican tax scam. They want to use a budget trick that assumes that the tax cuts from Trump's first tax scam extend permanently so that it seems like what they're doing today with this bill doesn't cost anything. But that's ridiculous. That's like the terrible auto renewal scams that flood your inbox, right? You get signed up for a subscription that you never wanted, you never agreed to, and you can't afford. And then they keep charging you for it afterwards, and then they tell you that maybe it's free because you paid for it before. No one buys that. It's a scam. See, they have a problem over there. They want to give the ultra-wealthy billionaires, millionaires, and giant CEOs more tax breaks. That's clear. They've been yelling for years at the same time about fiscal responsibility, when in truth, it's Republican tax breaks that always cause a giant deficit, increase in the deficit. And to be fair, they even have a few people over there who are at least intellectually honest in demanding that they don't want to increase the deficit. But the only way to do that and give these giant tax breaks to the wealthiest is to slash programs like Medicaid and to lie about what it's going to cost. So my motion just says you can't use a fake method. This is a giant budgetary trick to hide what the real cost of this is, all in service to the richest Americans. And I yield 2 minutes to Congresswoman Escobar.
Thank you, Ms. Jayapal. I am so grateful you're bringing this up. The American people need to understand just how bad this gimmick is, and there's still time for our Republican colleagues who claim to be all about fiscal responsibility to be honest. And I'm going to be speaking directly to the American people about this. And I want to give you an example of what it is they're trying to do. I want you to imagine, God forbid, you lose your job. And so your income is not coming in anymore because you've lost your job. So you go to your banker and you say, hey, Mr. Banker, I don't want you to count that loss of revenue or that loss of income when you're balancing my checking account. Let's just pretend it's still coming in and allow me to continue to spend. That's what this budgetary gimmick is about. They know that by giving the massive tax breaks to billionaires, they're going to lose that revenue, but they don't want the American people to know about it. So they've come up with this dishonest tactic in order to try to make these tax breaks permanent, which will ultimately cost every American because they're taking away your health care. They're taking away your nutrition programs. And the more that this big bill is out there, the more that economists can look at it. And just recently, the nonpartisan Penn-Wharton budget model released its report saying that Americans who make less than $51,000 a year would see their income decrease beginning next year and would lose about $700 a year. Meanwhile, the top 0.1% of Americans, including those making over $4.3 million a year, would gain $389,000 a year. You pay so that billionaires can have more yachts, more luxury vacations. In my state, 1 million Texans are going to lose their health care. Hospitals are going to close. Clinics are going to close. Nursing homes are going to close. And hardworking Americans will pay more. We are, thank you for this motion, Rep. Jayapal. I strongly support it. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. I'd like to take the time to oppose. I'll yield some time to Mr. Blake Moore. This is a really interesting opportunity to show maybe some concurrent thinking by Republicans and Democrats. Here's the problem, and this is a very technical issue that's inside baseball in Washington, right? Current law, current policy, what does it mean? My best way to describe it is that, current policy assumes that a program or policy continues ad infinitum without any budgetary impact, even though the program would expire. Here's one of the problems with it. You got a bias towards tax policy because, for example, SNAP was just discussed. The cost of SNAP, I think somebody said now, is at over $100 billion a year. SNAP is treated and is accounted for as current policy. So when you're working on a farm bill, it's assumed that it will continue with no impact to the budget. I think it's wrong whether it's a tax policy or a spending policy. They should be treated equally, and they should be treated under law as if it's going to expire, because that's what we intended when we passed the law. And I think we would all do well to treat these things that way, and I think we would operate in a more fiscally responsible manner if we did. So there's sort of this issue of parity or inequitable treatment of tax policy versus spending policies. This issue, to be clear, is not of concern for our bill because we wrote our reconciliation bill under current law. We had a choice, but we decided that we would assume a growth rate, by the way, a growth rate under the annual average rate of Biden and Trump. So we assumed a conservative growth rate and said every dollar above that, where the tax has a cost, and by the way, that's pretty transformational as it is, a Republican saying there are costs to tax policy. And so we said dollar for dollar, we're going to offset that so that we don't just shift the tax cost to another generation, right? Because if you don't pay for things, you're deferring a tax on our children and grandchildren. That's one thing you all, as Democrats, ought to be proud of that we have attempted to do that hasn't been done, I don't know if ever, on our side and within our conference. Not all tax cuts pay for themselves. And if we want to make a policy permanent, whether it's spending or tax, pay for it over the 10 years. You pay for it over the 10 years, and listen, the tax policies like bonus depreciation, and I could go through the list of those that I think have the greatest impact on the economy. The greatest bang for our buck is to make them permanent and give that kind of business certainty. But we just can't do that out of thin air, and we cannot assume that it magically pays for itself. So I will tell you, and I feel strongly about this, and this is a message to my Senate colleagues, because they're the ones that will have to make the decision over there. It's more relevant over there at this juncture. Let's not use the Washington gimmicks and games to hide spending. There are so many ways we do that. We call things emergency spending that aren't emergency spending. We call changes in mandatory spending, but we're just shifting it around. It's a shell game. So if we're going to use current policy to give comparable treatment to spending policy, and if we're going to use it to give permanence, we should only do so, and we can only do so and claim that we're fiscally responsible if we offset the impact to the deficit. So I don't care what somebody says there's a impact to the budget according to CBO rules or Republican or Democrat rules. I know what's happening to this deficit, and where there is an adverse impact to the deficit, it needs to be offset by savings or spending cuts, and that's my commitment. So I'm going to yield the remainder of my time to Blake Moore from Utah, but that's my position. I'm so glad you brought it up. Mr. Moore.
Thanks for the 40 seconds, Chairman. I appreciate it. I actually
I didn't want you to screw up that.
I want to thank the gentlewoman, my colleague from Washington. She brings up a debate that has been debated profusely on our side as well. And I think that's the measure of a good amendment that you've offered. And I appreciate the chance to kind of talk about it briefly. As the chairman mentioned, spending and tax policy should be treated the same. And the fact that they're treated differently, I think, is a fundamental problem with how we do things. And I would support getting those two things on par. But again, this is entirely a Senate consideration. We did not write this to current policy in the House. We wrote it to current law. And what we did was find the hard work of finding spending cuts alongside it. I'll just quickly end as I want to wrap up here. Depending on whatever happens in the Senate, many of us, I will be willing to consider a current policy baseline in the context of reconciliation, if and only if it is paired with enforceable cuts to mandatory spending. This is the only opportunity we have to address mandatory spending in one reconciliation bill. The appropriation stuff, we get to do it every single year, and that's why we keep it to a small growth rate. We don't get to do that with mandatory spending, and we've done that hard work, and I yield back.
I think the gentleman from Utah will give you the full minute and a half. Ms.
Well,
Jayapal.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that this is a real discussion that perhaps we want to have. Listen, if we don't adopt this amendment, then those of you who say you don't want the Senate to do budgetary tricks, it's going to come back to you with a budgetary trick, because they're already talking about how to do this to extend the tax cuts permanently and get around the reconciliation rule. Yes, this is inside baseball, but these are the things that happen that really hurt the American people. And listen, if current policy baseline becomes a new precedent, then the ranking member and I are going to be very happy to use it when we pass Medicare for all, universal health care for everybody. There's a lot of ways in which this is problematic, and yes, we should have a discussion, but in this moment, your Senate colleagues want to use this budgetary trick, a scam, to tell the American people that this isn't going to cost anything when you know damn well that it is. So I really hope that you vote for this amendment, because I think you're right, Mr. Chairman. It deserves debate, and I'm going to yield to the ranking member if I have any time.
You do.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Jayapal put it perfectly, and I will just very quickly in 15 seconds say this. Let's strengthen the House's hand, and let's keep this honest, with honest numbers. This would be a great bipartisan moment to do the right thing if we unanimously vote for this MTI. And frankly, it would only strengthen the hand of those who want to ensure the current policy baseline doesn't become the new normal. Because mark my words, if this becomes the new precedent, conservative Republicans will live to regret it. I yield back.
Well said. Much of what you said I would associate myself with. We do have a commitment from our leadership. I want to say that for the record, that anything coming back to our floor will comply with the principles.
Let's reinforce your hand, Mr. Chairman. Let's make it a bipartisan amendment. Pass it with unanimous support. That would be quite a message to your
I will
leadership.
say you are awfully convincing today, Ms. Jayapal. But I'm
Well,
not
thank you,
sure
Mr. Chairman. Love to see that yes vote.
the questions on agreeing to the motion offered by Ms. Jayapal. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Request the recorded.
Just said you agree with me,
So
Chip.
close.
Chip, you agree with me.
So close.
Vote for the amendment.
Okay, roll calls requested. We'll put it off to the end of the markup per our agreement. Okay. Pursuant to our unanimous consent agreement, I don't know if they're, I think they're back. Pursuant to our unanimous consent agreement, the committee will now vote on the postponed roll call vote to favorably report the One Big Beautiful Bill Act to the House. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Norman?
No.
Mr. Norman? No. Mr. McClintock? Aye. Mr. McClintock? Aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman? Aye. Mr. Smucker?
Aye.
Mr. Smucker? Aye. Mr. Carter?
Aye.
Mr. Carter? Aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein? Aye. Mr. Bergman?
Aye.
Mr. Bergman? Aye. Mr. Roy?
No.
Mr. Roy? No. Mr. Stutzman? Mr. Stutzman? Aye. Mr. Moore of Utah? Mr. Moore of Utah? Aye. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? Aye. Mr. Burkeen?
No.
Mr. Burkeen? No. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte? Aye. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? Aye. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards? Aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde? No. Ms. Houchin? Ms. Houchin? Aye. Mr. McDowell? Mr. McDowell? Aye. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill? Aye. Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Mr. Moore of North Carolina? Aye. Mr. Boyle?
No.
Mr. Boyle? No. Mr. Doggett? No. Mr. Doggett? No. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Peters? No. Mr. Peters? No. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? No. Ms. Watson-Coleman? No. Ms. Watson-Coleman? No. Ms. Plaskett? No. Ms. Plaskett? No. Ms. Escobar?
Absolutely not.
Ms. Escobar? No. Ms. Omar?
No.
Miss Omar? No. Miss Ballant? No. Miss Ballant? No. Miss Captor? No. Miss Captor? No. Miss Jayapal? No. Miss Jayapal? No. Miss Chu?
No.
Miss Chu? No. Mr. Tonko?
No.
Mr. Tonko? No. Mr. McGarvey?
No.
Mr. McGarvey? No. Mr. Amo?
No.
Mr. Amo? No. Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman? Aye.
Right here.
Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will call the roll. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Are there any members who have not voted or wish to change their vote?
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
You are a yes, clerk.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Smucker is recorded as aye.
Like to change my vote to no.
Okay.
Mr. Smucker is off aye and on no.
What do I say? Any members still wish to change their vote? The clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on the vote, there were 16 ayes and 21 noes.
Well, the noes have it. The committee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair. I want to thank everybody for their time and patience, and
Yes, thank you for tuning into the live show. Yes, y'all. All right, so there was another committee hearing today concerning the reconsideration of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act 2025. We're going to check that later on, probably after midnight. But for now, I just want to say you guys are the best. Thank you for tuning in to the live show. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. Believe in Almighty God. So I want to give a shout out to the GOAT. The GOAT. He knows himself. The GOAT. Luke, the GOAT. Thank you for tuning in. That's one of our esteemed members of the channel. Shout out to Ellie, esteemed member as well. Ringmaster, God bless you. And of course, the daddy of the chat room, Mr. Booski, God bless you. That is one of our moderators. C. Shelley, the amazing C. Shelley, God bless you for being an amazing moderator. Shout out to Zyra's Garden, for sure, another awesome moderator. This is what we do, man. Free speech. We check out what's going on in the United States, most importantly, because to me, this is the greatest nation in the world. Okay. You don't have to believe me. You don't have to think so. I think so. I believe so. So everybody has their own belief system and their own opinions, and you have the right to say what you believe. So I believe the United States is the greatest nation on earth, and I am so blessed to be in the United States, and I believe everybody here is blessed to be in the United States as well. So thank you for tuning into the live show. Shout out to the veterans. Shout out to the military members. You guys protect the homeland. Thank you for your service. Shout out to the policemen. Shout out to you guys. You guys protect us every single day. God bless you. Even though I just got a speeding tickets like 2 weeks ago, I still love the police department because, of course, now I know not to drive fast, okay? And who knows, it probably saved my life that day. Okay, so shout out to you guys. You guys are awesome. Everybody in the chat room, you guys are awesome as well. Thank you for tuning in. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, and support your boy. Join the memberships. It is $4.99. And with that being said, your boy Genesis is signing out.